Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Trump ordering a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum imports.
Without exceptions or exemptions, and that's all countries, no matter where it comes from, all countries.
Says it'll be the start of returning America to being great again and rich again. Group of congressional Democrats protesting outside the Washington offices of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. This after the agency was all but shut down yesterday.
This is like a bank robber trying to fire the cops and turn off the alarms just before he strolls into the lobby.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, the agency was put into place to protect consumers. This was in response to the 2008 recession. And a judge rules a buyout offer for thousands of federal workers will stay on hold for now. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Charlie Hustle's number will be on Cincinnati's uniforms this year. The Reds will honor Pete Rose during the season with the number 14 patch on their jerseys. Rose, who died in September at the age of 83, played on the Reds for 19 of his 24 big league seasons, winning the NL MVP in 1973 and helping the Reds to 2 World Series championships. After it was found that he bet on baseball games, Rose agreed to go on the permanently ineligible list in 1989, and his application for reinstatement was denied in 2015 by Commissioner Rob Manfred. Rose ended his career as the all-time Major League hits king with 4,256 hits. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The Lakers were presented a gift they don't usually see, something like this. The Mavs called the Lakers, looking to move on from one of the top 3 players in the NBA. You would 100% make that move, as long as you're cool with the contract. And in the Lakers' case, yeah, I mean, you make the move. A 25-year-old headed into his prime, one of the top 3 players in the league. For his age, Luka has one of the most decorated resumes in the history of the NBA. The Mavs call, and you think you're dreaming. I mean, that would be my reaction to it. The Lakers' odds to win the Larry O'Brien Trophy more than doubled after adding him to their roster. They began the season with the 10th best odds to win the championship. Now they're at number 6 in the favorite list with the sports books. And the Lakers have a huge piece for the immediate future and for years to come.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Republican lawmakers in swing states are trying to convince President Trump to back off deeper cuts to Medicaid to pay for his tax cuts and border agenda. CNN is reporting those lawmakers are warning him making cuts to Medicaid and other benefit programs would cost him the majority in 2 years. The cosmetics company behind the Burberry Goddess and Hugo Boss fragrances says it's cutting its profit forecast and pulling back on significant price hikes. Coty, which generates more than 60% of net revenue from fragrance sales, plans to increase prices in the future by a low single-digit percentage. Disney is giving you the chance to smell like a Disney princess. USA Today reports Disney is teaming up with Bath & Body Works to launch a fragrance collection that will feature 6 Disney princess characters. You can now find the items on the retailer's website. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com. KitchenMagic.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, February 11th. It is indeed Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenzel with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist and Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It's good to be back. And, yeah, karma is a B.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I mock Stocker for multiple health scares, multiple viruses, multiple stints off. And what happened to me last Thursday?
Uh-oh.
The China virus.
Oh, my God.
The China virus. But thank you, Dawn Stensland, for the Paxlovid recommendation on day 4. I followed your advice, and I'm about 90% better. How are you, dear?
Good to have you back. Tony Bruno and Miss Robin were in the house.
We didn't lose the FCC license, I see.
They were holding down the fort.
Very good.
Of course, Greg Stocker was really holding down the fort.
Right.
As I always do.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, I heard a lot of heavy lifting yesterday.
Well,
for the stock
I was getting, I'm getting reports that the Super Bowl Sunday into Monday, you were up tweeting until midnight. So I'm wondering why it was that you couldn't come into work
figured you would say
yesterday.
that. If you thought I was going to sit out the Super Bowl, you were sadly mistaken. Although I was dark for 3 straight days. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I could not get out of bed.
Here's a hat tip for you, and I know, I'm joking. I know you were sick. But here's a tip for you. Maybe not tweet during, when you call off the next day.
That's going to be old news by the time I return anyway, so I'm not even going to give you a take on the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
If you want my takes on the game, you just go back and look. We got a lot of good stuff to get to today. Been sitting on a lot of thoughts since Friday, a lot of which center around Elon Musk. We will get to that this morning. Also this morning, the Super Bowl parade and school days off.
Yeah.
In both Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
Yeah.
I've got a different spin on it this time. But I think it makes a ton of sense, as everything I say does. So we'll get to that coming up this morning. Plus, the teachers union. And I believe, now there's multiple ones, but I believe this is the one that Randy Weingarten resides over, is actually tipping off illegal immigrants on how to handle ICE and what to do in the event they get a knock on the door. I don't know, feels like aiding and abetting, obstruction of justice, disrupting federal investigations. We'll talk about that this morning. Also, a lot with Donald Trump post-Super Bowl. The reactions continue to come in, including The View says maybe Donald Trump will ban future Super Bowl halftime performances that feature black entertainers. Just never ends. Never ends with that show.
I would like to ban Kendrick Lamar. It has nothing to do with his race. It was just that it was the crappy halftime performance.
Exactly.
Everybody liked his flare jeans.
Yeah.
So flare jeans are back?
Yes.
I know my daughters have those. Just when I got into the boot cut, the flare's back. I'm always behind.
You're already being called out on the YouTube.
Good. I missed it.
Chat.
I missed it.
Kayal, can you say snowflake? Look, as somebody who's had COVID back at the beginning of January.
Yeah.
And it was my first time having it. It knocked the crap out of me. So I understand.
My third time having it, although it feels no different. Again, and I've said this in the past when I've had it the first 2 times, feels no different than the flu.
Yeah.
I mean, and I actually, by Saturday morning, my body felt fine.
Yeah.
It was everything from the neck up. The head pressure, congestion in my voice, ears, nose, mucus.
Ew.
You didn't want to hear me the last couple of days.
No.
I had hardly any voice.
Don't want to hear you this morning.
I'm sorry. Latest CBS News YouGov poll says 70% of people want to Kayal stay home for good. So we'll get to all of that. Plus, cut sheet today at 7:45.
Yep.
Harry Mays will join us for his second weekly appearance.
Yeah, we were going to have him yesterday, but we decided that there was already enough cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah, that's right. And he didn't want to deal with Bruno anyway.
No, yeah.
So that's good. We'll talk to Harry coming up in about an hour and a half. All right, let's get to the news. There is a ton of it. And for that, we go to the great Dawn Stensland for round 1 at 6:05.
Yes, good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Tuesday morning, February the 11th, sponsored by Robert Half this morning. In the news in Philadelphia, oh my goodness, we'll talk first about all the arrests. We have parade news, we have Philadelphia Eagles news, but Philadelphia police giving us the latest totals of arrests for all the crimes, including those who did not have fun during the celebrations after the Super Bowl win on Sunday night. Unfortunately, these included assault on police officers. So there were 6 people that are under arrest for assaulting. They're accused of assaulting officers. And then 4 arrests were made for crimes including aggravated assault, reckless endangerment of another person, third-degree misdemeanors, disorderly conduct. 8 arrests for vandalism so far, including vandalizing sanitation department trucks. Shouldn't do that. All of that vandalism. And as well, there were 29 other citations handed out for disorderly conduct. I believe we're more than 50 either citations or arrests. They're still looking for, remember we showed the video and everybody saw the viral video of those individuals knocking down the light poles and then either crushing them or taking them away. Well, that video, they're looking at all the video, releasing it, and those people face felony charges.
They should.
Yeah. This is nothing new, although it just feels to me, and I always go back to, your football team wins a world championship and you feel the urge to destroy your city. It's the dumbest thing.
They took over a linen truck and burned all the linen. I gotta say this, that like it got little attention, and I feel like if I'm gonna turn the punch bowl. I feel like if this was Black Lives Matter doing this or any sort of pro-Palestinian group, it would be wall-to-wall coverage on a station like this. But because it's the Eagles fans, everybody's like, it's fine. It looked like Market Street, and I'm having Phil pull the video. Market Street looked like World War III.
It looked no different than when the plane crashed 2 Fridays ago in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It's carnage.
It's just that we seem to give it a pass, and race has nothing to do with it because it was black and white people doing all of this stuff. But just because it's like the Eagles celebration, everybody's like, "Oh, it's just Eagles fans." Yeah. Like, no.
Let me ask you something. If the Eagles win a Super Bowl, are you smashing your big screen television? Are you busting up your dishwasher and your washer and dryer?
Phil, roll the video here.
So why do you feel the need to go out and bust up public property?
This is courtesy of Steve Keeley. This is the aftermath. This is Market Street after. I mean, look at this. Yeah. Down street length.
There's the Macy's.
Lights. Yeah. Like it's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. And if any other group that did this other than Eagles fans, everybody would be up in arms. Oh, I'm just saying.
Oh, imagine if this was a MAGA gathering and that was the aftermath. It would have been labeled an insurrection. It's unbelievable.
Well, today they're putting that video out. I don't think there are any rewards. These individuals should turn themselves in because they're in big trouble.
If Tom Homan wasn't so busy, I'd have him on the job to track all these guys down and girls.
They're going to track them down, and then they're going to have to pay. They should have to. We the taxpayers. Why should we pay for that?
I know. Exactly
Amen.
Right.
Like, amen.
Send in the Doge.
Yeah.
That's right, baby.
I feel like I didn't hear the proper amount of, not scolding because I'm not sitting here trying to scold people, but like I'm not hearing the proper amount of outrage over the fact that like a lot of property was destroyed for some stupid football game. And yes, I said a stupid football game. Who cares?
I agree.
Well, we have other news of the day, and that is as we look to today, there's going to be an 11 o'clock news conference, so we'll find out more details for Friday, Valentine's Day, showing love for our Eagles. And by the way, it was pretty cool. A lot of, as the Eagles touched down in Southwest Philadelphia yesterday afternoon, big crowd of excited fans greeting them, welcoming them home, and got a glimpse of the players. And then I love, the traditional Jalen Hurts at the Disney parade. That's always a hoot.
Yeah, riding the motorcycle roller coaster.
Got to meet Mickey.
Yeah.
Go to the Magic Kingdom.
I saw the ad. What are you going to... Jalen Hurts, you just won the Super Bowl. What are you going to do? I'm going to go to Disney World. I didn't know they still did that. I felt like 90s nostalgia.
It was cute.
It was.
We also we're looking at this story. Did you hear about this? Not in our area, thank God. But there is a story of one person has died after 4 injured after jets collided. This is in Arizona at the Scottsdale, Arizona airport.
So apparently, it is the airplane, the private plane was Motley Crue singer Vince Neil.
But it's his girlfriend.
His girlfriend.
It's not him.
Yeah,
he wasn't in the plane.
His girlfriend was injured on the plane along with a friend. Like they have broken ribs and are pretty beaten up. They had a bunch of dogs on the plane with him, and the pilot.
Not the dog.
The pilot for Vince Neil's private jet was killed.
Wow.
Well,
I wonder if we'll have any Motley Crue rejoiners today, or maybe Phil will drop a gem in at 9:50.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So they did have that afternoon press briefing on the collision, and it was obviously a tragic situation. We know 2 people are in critical condition. They were rushed to local trauma centers. I don't have word, to be very honest, I don't have word about all the dogs. I don't think that they were seriously injured.
Yeah.
So the two humans critically injured, but
Yep.
I think the dogs are okay.
Yep. No, that's all that matters.
So Vince Neil, he was posting on X and confirming he was not on board the plane. So they're looking at, what exactly happened there. Just wanted to update you on that one. And another headline I will give you is that New York Mayor Adams, the charges against him, they're dismissing that. It looks like those corruption charges.
Yeah, shocking.
So
shocking.
A big change for him,
Yep.
going in the right direction.
All of a sudden, he changed the way he spoke and what he said and who he cozied up to, and all of a sudden they miraculously drop.
Eric Adams and John Fetterman, future MAGA Republicans.
Crazy, right?
As long as it can benefit them in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy news. And then, of course, President Trump. What's your big take on again?
Musk.
Okay, because I knew I looked at it last night, and it's fabulous. It's coming. So President Trump, a flurry of news, and one of the headlines imposing the 25% tariffs on imports, steel, and aluminum. And as well, we have a flurry of those trade-related announcements that have applied pressure, of course, to some of America's biggest trading partners, including China, Mexico, Canada. We're hearing a lot about that. We have an update upcoming as far as the back and forth for those 65,000 federal workers who signed up to get 8 months' pay until next October 1st and leave their jobs. That continues through the courts and gets an extension. So we're following that one for you very carefully. And then President Trump telling reporters in the Oval Office he has a warning for Hamas: release the remaining hostages held in Gaza by Saturday noon, or hell is going to break out.
Yeah.
He also says he would consider withholding aid from Jordan and Egypt if they don't take the Palestinians from Gaza.
He's given them plenty of time. I mean, what else do you need to get these people released? Let's go. I don't even need them washed up and put in new clothing. Just send them out the way they are. By the way, you mentioned the tariffs on steel. Did you guys talk about the penny story yesterday with Trump?
Yeah.
Did you know that
Dawn had it in the news.
Did you know that it costs 3.7 cents
Yep.
to create a penny?
It's ridiculous.
I've been saying for 25 years, get rid of the penny.
Yep.
However, Dana Perino says Rich Zeoli changed her mind because he said Rich changed his mind. There's a changeroo here.
I need to rip Perino, by the way.
Dana?
Twice.
Did Rich make it up to Fox News yesterday? That's interesting. Can't make it into
Was he in person?
Yeah. Can't make it into this radio
heard.
station. Can't make it into this radio station, but gets up to New York.
Well, they send him a driver.
Yeah.
He gets Mike Francesa's old driver. I think his name was Jose.
They send him a nice driver.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take him up. Mr. Zeoli, would you like some coffee? Greg got us coffee yesterday, by the way. He's my hero of the week.
Oh, is that why
all
the
the
empty
coffee machines were broken?
Is that why the leftover Dunkin' jugs are in there?
Oh, sorry.
In the
about that.
kitchen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
So we got that going on.
Yeah, the Perino twice yesterday in
I
their
love her.
in their little. All right, their little.
She's this big. She's so pretty. She's so sweet.
She's her and Gutfeld. They could go if we brought back midget wrestling in the WWF. It'd be a great
You're
tag
not allowed
team.
to say that.
I
Yeah,
know.
you put those two on top of one another, and they're still not as tall as I am.
Or me. But twice yesterday, she says she referred to him as the Philly talk radio guy.
Yeah, I know.
Again, no mention of
about that.
1210. Again, no mention of WPHT.
Better about that.
Or the Zeoli Army.
Or
That
any
matter.
of it. It's just
At
he's
least
just
they-
a talk. He's just a guy that talks in Philly.
I got a guy.
I got a
named
guy.
Zeoli in
I
Philly.
got a bookie in Philly. That guy.
And by the way, Pete Hegseth changed the name of Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg. For some reason, my dad was thrilled with that and thought that was a
Yeah,
great
but it's
thing.
not named after the same Fort Bragg
As-
as it was previously.
Yeah, it's named after Alvin Bragg now.
So they kind of it's odd. It's odd how they did it because they turned they didn't want it after the Confederate general or whatever.
Right.
So they turned it to the Liberty. Then they were like, well, we don't really want it after this Confederate general. So now it's named after a World War II veteran or something.
Yeah.
With the last name Bragg.
Who
So,
we should try to get him on if he's still alive for our next vet spotlight.
Oh, that's a great idea.
I'm ready to go home already. I've done everything I can.
He's on the Paxlovid. And speaking of which, The CDC does say Nick Kayal should have stayed home one more day. Seriously, they're saying the flu is in full force, the most intense in 15 years. So a very bad flu season, and especially, and Greg talked about this yesterday or last week, I think, with the strep throat.
Yes.
So it's a really nasty season. I think a lot of us, we were all sick over the Christmas holiday.
It's going around. It's horrible.
Crazy.
I had the flu from the 23rd to the 28th of Christmas, and now COVID.
Actually, if I'm being honest, the neurovirus, stomach bug, whatever I had a couple weeks ago was way worse than COVID was.
Was it?
Horrible.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll get that before St. Patty's Day.
Well, we will talk about today the forecast because we're under a winter weather advisory, and they're saying that this could be the most snow we've seen. That's one of the headlines.
Oh,
no! Oh, no, snow.
When's it supposed to start?
So that's just it. The timing of it is this afternoon. So everybody, for those of us on the early morning crew, it doesn't affect our drive home, but the evening commute is what gets impacted this evening. And so we're looking at around 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's when we could see the wintry start. And up to 5 inches for the Philadelphia area, more, but it'll probably be more like, 2 to 4.
Yeah.
But then for South Jersey as well as Delaware, we're going to see 6 inches. And then another front moves through for your Wednesday. You see, so it's a double whammy here. So the main part of our snow today, 4 to 7 p.m., that's when the brunt of it during the evening rush. And then as far as your Wednesday, lingering snow ends very early in the day, high of 35 degrees, but then that second front comes through. And so that's another one to watch, and that's why for Thursday, it'll be rainy and warm, 47 degrees on Thursday, but that's why they didn't do the parade on Thursday, because they're going to have all that rain. I think it's going to clear out if they'd had an afternoon parade, but then Friday for our Super Bowl parade in Philadelphia, a bit cooler, but it's partly sunny, and so 38-ish degrees, not quite 40 on Friday, so brisk, but at least the sun is out.
Okay.
So we got that going on.
Just set your alarm for about 40 minutes earlier tomorrow morning. That's the way I'm going to handle it.
Yeah, and maybe Thursday, depending on that precipitation, if it's, that mix, like that's good advice from our own Nick Kayal.
Thank you.
Robert Half sponsoring us. 9 out of 10 managers having difficulty hiring right now. Robert Half is here to help. They're recruiting professionals utilizing an award-winning AI to connect businesses with the highly skilled talent at Robert Half. They know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Thank you, Robert Half, for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:19 Tuesday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
Which is brought to you by Wawa, the Big Take, Musk Madness. I never thought it was possible, but then again, should we be surprised by anything in 2025? Donald Trump has been supplanted, at least temporarily. There's no doubt about it in my mind that Elon Musk has become the establishment's top target. The Democrat Party and the media, they have shifted their disdain away from Donald Trump and invested all of their rhetoric, energy, and focus on the Doge daddy. I remember when Alabama hired Nick Saban, people were saying, Nick Saban is an a-hole. But Crimson Tide fans responded by saying, yeah, but he's our a-hole. The same could very well be true with Elon Musk. He might be a major D-bag to deal with and work with, but he's our D-bag. And anybody who voted for Trump and knew that Elon Musk would come in and audit everything under the sun, they signed up for this. He is doing, much like Trump, exactly what he was brought on board to do. So I ask, and I say, ask yourself this. If you're offended by Elon Musk and his goal of exposing fraud, and if you're outraged by him putting a stop to it, ask yourself why. And I think the answer is one of 3 things. You are either indoctrinated, you very well might be uneducated, and or you are afraid of something or someone because you're about to have something confiscated, as in you are part of the corruption and you figure to lose out on something financially. It can only be one of those 3 things as to why Elon Musk has you rattled, because nobody with an ounce of common sense would be opposed to this. Your hard-earned cash is being lit on fire, flushed down the toilet, gone. But we've reached the point now where everything Doge, Elon Musk, and even some of Donald Trump is chaotic in nature, or it's a flat-out crisis. You know, it doesn't take big balls to do any of this. Doesn't take a big brain to arrive at this conclusion. It's basic math. It's common sense business practices and a blueprint towards financial responsibility. But from Jasmine Crockett to Ilhan Omar to pastors calling for violence to even Mark Cuban being exposed as a hypocrite, I've got it all for you on display this morning. Let's start with Mark Cuban, who was a surrogate for Kamala Harris this past fall, and then he scrubbed his pro-Kamala tweets after losing the election while he's throwing a hissy fit about Elon Musk being reckless as he uncovers and unearths all the reckless spending and fraud in this country. But here he was in 2017 singing a different tune about government downsizing. Listen and watch.
As a libertarian, I think we can reduce employment in government by at least a third, reduce the overhead and administration by that much or more, so that we can offer more to services for our citizens. And so if when it comes down to it, where I tend to disagree with everybody, and this is the libertarian in me, I'm happy to push down the size of government, and I'm happy to work on making government more efficient, because then more money can pass through and help the people who need it. And that's what needs to change.
8 years later, apparently, his brain is broken, and now he is totally against his libertarian views. But nothing was more infuriating during our border crisis than watching the Big Apple dole out debit cards, preloaded, by the way, on top of $500 a night hotel rooms, food, clothing, and more. Well, that's coming to an end as well. Doge's next target has been revealed after yesterday. $59 million, we found out, were being spent putting illegals into luxury hotel rooms. Musk and his team finding out Monday that FEMA spent $59 million just last week to house illegals in New York City. FEMA, which falls under DHS, by the way. And Elon Musk said this on X yesterday, quote, "Sending this money violated the law and is in gross insubordination to the president's executive order. Quote, that money is meant for American disaster relief and instead is being spent on high-end hotels for illegals," end quote. Me, personally, I would say $59 million for hotels to illegals qualifies as a financial crisis, a mess that needs to be cleaned up stat. But insane politicians like Ilhan Omar, they view Elon Musk and Donald Trump as men who are committing a constitutional crisis. Listen and watch.
Yeah, I mean, what we are witnessing is a constitutional crisis. We are seeing an executive branch that has decided that they are no longer going to abide by the Constitution in honoring Congress's role in the creation of the agencies, in their role in deciding where money is allocated.
There's that crisis buzzword once again, this time with Margaret Brennan of Face the Nation on CBS on Sunday. But more spending that has been exposed by Musk and Doge is centered around another polarizing topic, and that would be Dr. Anthony Fauci. It's been a while since we heard that name, right? Trump has already stripped him of Secret Service protection. That was back on January 24th. Now we find out that your money was going to a Fauci Museum exhibit. That's right. The Department of Health and Human Services canceled over $180 million in contracts, which included $170,000 that was set to go to the Fauci Museum exhibit. Now, in the grand scheme of things, $170,000 compared to billions upon billions of dollars, it's pennies. But let me get this straight. A museum exhibit for a man who got everything wrong about COVID. 6 feet of social distancing, that was just made up out of thin air. There was no science behind that. 2 weeks to stop the spread. Vaccines were 100% safe and effective. The only Hall of Fame Fauci belongs in is the Pharma Fraud Institute of Corruption. Not a dime should go to that guy for a museum or an exhibit. But things like this have Jasmine Crockett now from Dallas, Texas, once again fired up. Listen and watch this speech.
I'm going to try my best not to preach.
I just want to say thank you, because every day that we show up in D.C., we show up for you. We know who we work for. We know that we work for the American people. And what we're not going to do is stand around while they pull this they trying to pull right now. Go ahead. This is why I'm not going to be able to preach, because I probably won't be able to stop cussing. Take your time. But let me tell y'all something. I know some of y'all have been frustrated, and you've been saying, where are the Democrats? Where are our leaders? Well, I'm here to tell you that we ain't never left y'all, all right? We are here. We are also going to make sure that they uphold the law. We are not going to sit around while you go ahead and desecrate our Constitution, or you look at the laws that have been passed into law and say, never mind, we'll just ignore that. Instead, we are going to be in your face. We are going to be on and we are going to make sure you understand what democracy looks like.
Lots of style, lots of sizzle, a lot of shouting, very little substance. Speaking of preaching, it's one thing to be in people's faces, to quote Jasmine Crockett. You want to protest? Knock yourself out. But it's another thing to call for violence. That's not what we do in the name of democracy, right, Jasmine? Apparently, Dr. Steve Caudle, Reverend at the Greater Second Missionary Baptist Church in Chattanooga, Tennessee, calls for violence in response to Elon Musk and Doge trimming the fat. Listen and watch.
I pray that the peace of God will win out and overcome the madness that is attempting to take over this nation. And I will say to you, beloved, no one likes violence, but sometimes violence is necessary. When Elon Musk forces his way into the United States Treasury and threatens to steal your personal information and your Social Security check, there is the possibility of violence.
Not very Christ-like from the Rev. And what exactly is Elon Musk really going to do with somebody's Social Security number? Is he going to open up a Visa card and run up a $10,000 limit? He's the wealthiest guy in the world. I'm sure the feds, though, are investigating that Reverend as we speak to make sure we don't see any violence from the mostly peaceful left. But the fear crisis has even reached Philadelphia. The Inquirer yesterday morning with the following headline: here's what to know about Doge, Elon Musk's commission that is upending agencies and worrying Philly federal workers. They write, quote, the rapid ascension of Doge has caused numerous controversies, upending federal agencies, ousting workers, attracting lawsuits, creating swirls of misinformation about government spending, and worrying Doge opponents. Since taking office, President Donald Trump has signed executive orders to enact drastic changes to the federal government, including a government hiring freeze, requiring total in-person work, and terminating diversity, equity, and inclusion offices and positions. Meanwhile, he is giving Doge the go-ahead to work towards Musk's stated goal of cutting $2 trillion from the federal budget, end quote. But the cold, hard truth is this: it doesn't matter who you hear it from or where it comes from. The nonstop barrage of verbal assaults towards Doge and Elon Musk are now the minority viewpoint. CNN's Harry Enton with the latest data. Listen and watch.
And holy smokes, I mean, look at what the difference is between now versus 8 years ago during the first Trump term, right? This is Trump's net approval rating on February 10th. You go back to 2017, Trump was already underwater at -5 points on the net approval rating. That's approval minus disapproval. What a difference 8 years makes. He's on the positive side of the ledger at +4 points. And again, it's not just the CBS News poll. We're talking about the Gallup poll. We're talking about the Ipsos poll. We are talking about the Pew poll. All of these respective pollsters have Trump in a better position now than they did 8 years ago. The bottom line is Americans are far more likely to say they like what they're seeing now versus what they felt during Trump's first term.
Trump is the majority. Trump is the popular pick. 53% approval rating per CBS on Sunday. Described as, quote, tough, energetic, focused, and effective per CBS polling. 60% on board with his immigration policies, and 70% saying he's doing what he promised. They can shout, cry, stomp their feet, and storm buildings, but the truth is this: Donald Trump is delivering on what he said he was going to do when he ran for president. And Elon Musk is opening up the books and exposing all of the fraud. And the truth is, this is what America wants. And if you're against it right now, according to the numbers, you are on the wrong side of history. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Wawa, where you can get regular Wawa rewards with the biggest deal of the year before it's gone. Redeem bonus offers for $1 hot coffees, $2 iced coffees, and $3 Monster Energy drinks every day, as many times as you want, now through February 16th. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT, and also let it rip in the YouTube chat. We're back after this live on a Tuesday morning. School closures coming up on Friday for the parade. What do we make about that? We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I'm in a slump. My energy took a nosedive out of nowhere, and I just don't have the motivation to get things done.
You're over 40. Could be lower testosterone. Have you tried Nugenix Total T?
Nugenix, the testosterone booster on TV?
That's right. Look, I felt the same plunge in my energy after I turned 40, so I tried out Nugenix to see if it would help me.
Did Nugenix make a difference for you?
Night and day. My stamina's way up now. I'm building lean muscle at the gym. I'm totally back on my game. And you could be too. Just send a text to Nugenix. They'll send you a complimentary bottle so you can try it for yourself.
Text LEAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text LEAP to 321-321. That's LEAP to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band. The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st, and at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
6:36. Happy Tuesday. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg get back together again here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. You can jump in, 855-839-1210. Ton of great stories today. I forgot to mention this when I was teasing some of the topics around 6:05. We also have a new update on artificial intelligence, and it revolves around your impending death. Because we all owe the man upstairs a death in this lifetime. When will it happen? Artificial intelligence can actually predict it for each and every one of you and every one of us on this show. And I feel great about my prospects.
Uh-oh.
I feel great. Yes.
You took it already?
I took it.
Okay.
Phil Almquist took it as well.
All right. I have to take it. Dawn, you have to take it as well.
You're going to have to take it as well. It's like a AI death test mandate.
Nice uplifting story
Yeah.
for a Tuesday morning.
If you're,
You have to have all of your, information.
You're going to have to enter your variables, and we'll give you the link. Maybe we could put it in the YouTube chat and put it out on Twitter, let people take it. It took all of like 90 seconds to take it. So it's pretty fun.
But you have to know, your blood pressure. You have to know things like that, right?
No.
You don't have to know your blood pressure?
No, just your height, your weight, how much exercise you do, what's your diet like.
Cholesterol? I thought it said cholesterol on the thing.
No, the only thing you have to do a transfer of is your body mass index. Like, nobody knows that off the top of their head. So just, quickly Google, I'm 5'9", 205, and it'll spit out what your BMI is. Once you insert that, it'll give you... So if you're honest, you're going to figure out how long you have to live.
Cool.
And I feel great. But let's round back to the Elon Musk stuff from the big take, and then we're going to get to these school closures in Philly and in Jersey for a football parade. I read over the weekend on Sunday morning in the Washington Post. I always get these two mixed up. He's the sane Democrat. There's Dan Goldman, and then there's Dan Golden. I think Goldman is in New York. He's a maniac. But Dan Golden, I believe, is the Democrat from Maine. He was quoted in the Washington Post in regards to the Democrats' reaction to Elon Musk opening up the books and finding all of this wasteful spending. He says, we as a party, the Democrat Party, have to stop making everything, quote, DEFCON 5, which is really, I think, an astute point. You can't always scream 5-alarm fire. You can't always call in code red. That's all the Democrats have done now for 3.5 months since the election. And he's calling out his own party, basically saying, we can't be the boy who cries wolf every single time, because eventually maybe the wolf will come and nobody's going to believe us. And I think more than ever, people are tuning out the hysteria and the hoopla that the Democrats are shouting and raving about, specifically with Elon Musk and all of his uncovering and unearthing of this god-awful spending that we have just been giving away for countless years here. So, Dawn, your thoughts. I actually believe there's more hatred right now from the left for Elon than Donald Trump. And I would actually take it a step further, and I think we have history on our side to show that it's possible. I actually think somebody might try to kill Elon Musk.
Oh, my God.
I do. I mean, we saw 2 attempts on Donald Trump's life. Trump almost looks like an angel compared to Elon Musk right now. It's almost as if,
that's the point,
in a diabolical way. I think you're thinking in just the same way I am. Elon Musk has become Trump's shield.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
Avenger.
I mean, if he threw Matt Gaetz out to the wolves, knowing that Gaetz would get whacked and Pam Bondi was going to be his AG choice all along, and Elon Musk already has said, I have a self-created expiration of July 4th, 2026. I mean, if you're Trump, you let him take every, proverbial bullet, no pun intended, until the until the cows come home, right? Let him be the guy that takes all the flack. You took it for 9 years. That's why I don't look at the YouTube chat. I just let Stalker take the abuse. Stalker's my Elon Musk.
Yep.
I just think, for Trump, it is fascinating to me that he's past. He got past some point where you look at every poll I see. What was it? The one? Did you just quote it? Was it CBS? I mean, like 70+% approval rating.
Mm-hmm.
Every poll that you see, the next one, he's even more popular, and so he's more and more popular. For Elon Musk, I think that idea of Doge and the fact that they are outing all of this corruption, wait until we start finding out exactly where the money was going. In other words, this is the 59 million, the luxury hotels, illegals being put up and illegals being put up by FEMA, basically our federal tax dollars in New York. That came out mid-morning yesterday. Then people start talking about this. Then the next thing comes out. Then the next thing comes. So if they're fighting this thing tooth and nail with Doge, if they're fighting, and one estimate was $100 billion that they did not know. If they're saying, no, we don't even, they're fighting the fact that they want every check that goes out to have a little code by it, like in the private sector, or a social security number associated with any individual. And they've been refusing that. They've been refusing to track the money. To me, how much money are we talking about?
Of course.
Where did all this money go? If they're fighting $100 billion, what are we looking at here? When that is revealed, and then we have to find out, well, who got all that money?
Yeah.
Who got the VIG, like Zioli says, like, got my VIG? Who got their VIG?
And this is in 3 weeks so far.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's what they're afraid of.
I mean, he
right?
basically had an 18 or 19 month contract, let's call it, right? From January of 2025 to July of 2026. What he has unearthed in less than a month is earth-shattering, and he's just getting started, right? He's Al Pacino. I'm just getting warmed up, baby. And then you look at those that are providing the resistance to all of this. Ask yourself why. Why would you be opposed to knowing where all of your tax dollars go and that they go to the right causes for the right people in this country as opposed to elsewhere? And then he's pointing out some of the specifics, and we've seen the different dollar amounts from things that are a couple $100,000 to millions upon millions upon millions. I mean, $59 million for hotel rooms, preloaded debit cards, food that was discarded because migrants said it wasn't good enough. I mean, there are countless millions of Americans right now that would have killed to have their little sliver of the pie of that $59 million.
Well, Nick, they did push back and say, well, as far as for the hotels for the migrants, it was only about 20.
Right.
It was only about 20 million.
Right.
But, and the other was other support for them. So it's like
just staggering.
They don't even understand.
No.
The 20 million is upsetting. And the bigger point, though, is nobody knew this was happening. Congress didn't even know this was happening.
Right.
So if they didn't know this was happening and they have not been tracking the numbers as far as the checks going out and putting any kind of an ID number associated with a dollar amount so that you can do an audit, that's really the fight that nobody's talking about, because there's no responsible answer for the fact that they have been just doling out money willy-nilly, which means you can lose it.
Yep.
If you don't have the ability to track it or audit it, that means you might just oops, I lost $100 billion here, $100 billion there.
It's funny you mentioned the word tracking. I want to take the new hysteria, which is, oh my God, Elon Musk is going to get my social security number at the Treasury Department. Oh God almighty. But yet, I've got this story from Fox News yesterday, the top 20 apps that are tracking you every day. So I just want to point this out for all the people that are they're blowing their lid over Elon Musk having access. By the way, folks, the government has your social security number. They have your identity. This is nothing new. This is nothing novel. Elon Musk having access to this is no different than, Joe Piscopo before having access to this. But these are the same people that have no problem with the top 20 apps that track you every single day. Facebook, Instagram, Threads, LinkedIn, Amazon Prime Video, YouTube, Google, Uber Eats, PayPal, Snapchat, TikTok, Spotify, Roblox, and other Apple and Android marketplace apps that are downloadable. Those are just a handful of the top apps that you probably use every day for social media or to kill time between Zoom meetings. You know, that little Roblox game that everybody's always playing on their phone as they develop carpal tunnel and they wonder why their wrist is ready to fall off. You have no problem with those people tracking you and your every single movement, all of your hobbies, all of your activities. But Elon Musk has your social security number. What do you think he's going to do with that? Seriously.
But, well, I believe, as far as him saying the social security number, I believe that they're trying to make it about that, but that's actually not what everybody's concerned about. What everybody's concerned about is that they want anybody who receives money, an individual, they have to have a social security number somewhere attached to that money going out. Any entity that receives money needs to have some kind of a code whereby they can do the audit. Yep. And so they're trying to sort of spin this in the media saying, oh, no, what they really want is no. They don't want your social security number. They want the ability to track and audit. And they're fighting that because Doge is trying to say they're gonna cut, what is it, $2 trillion. From $2 trillion.
That's the goal.
Right? And they're saying, we can do this easily.
Yeah.
It just shows you it's the fleecing of America. We're all getting played. Yep. Why wouldn't anybody support this? I even had a relative yesterday say, well, this is U.S. aid. They're cutting important aid to help starving children. I said, no, they're actually not. Mm-hmm. That they keep going out and saying, no, they're not cutting any aid to people to needy. This is all administrative stuff.
Yep.
That's why it's the tip of the iceberg.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. I actually have, I believe, the most logical, common sense solution to an Eagles parade when it pertains to schools and having the day off on Friday in both Pennsylvania and New Jersey. We'll give it to you on the other side. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
More wintry weather on the way with a lot of snow on the way. You got to keep your home warm, efficient, and safe, of course, for winter time. And that's why I always count on my guys from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They got us winter ready, and they continue to, come out. They replaced the water heaters, the tanks. They blew. Got my guys, Marvin E. Cans. Everything's good to go. I trust them. Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned, veteran-founded company. By the way, military veteran, Jonathan's grandfather, he founded the company, a veteran hero, if I may say. And if you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Now, Mitsubishi Electric is a terrific solution for a home that lacks ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. You want to contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning right now, fully background checked. And by the way, they're true technicians, fully trained. They're there to serve you and fix stuff or maintain stuff. They are not commissioned salespeople, and that's a really important point you always want to make sure. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli, we have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years, and so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, VANARIA, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Plumbing. What is it? One dictionary defines it as moving water through pipes to do things and stuff. My kid's dictionary, by the way. But sometimes things like leaks, clogs, or corrosion mean your plumbing system goes "Ert." That's when you book Horizon Services. Our expert technicians have seen it all and fixed it all with same-day service. And if it's a bigger job like needing a new water heater, our flexible payment options and money-saving warranties make it easy. We define that as peace of mind. And stuff. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
.654, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on this Tuesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You know, I thought it was pretty interesting. Some of the numbers are finally coming out last night from the big football game on Sunday, which is interesting when you think about it, right? Because there was so much, Taylor Swift fatigue. There was so much Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce, the Kelce family fatigue. You know, there was Trump being at the Super Bowl on Sunday, which I'm still blown away by the fact that he is the first ever sitting president to attend the Super Bowl. And if you think about this, and I didn't get a chance to say this on Friday, but, we talked about it briefly on Thursday, the last day I was on, that Trump was going to be at the Super Bowl. And when you think about the Super Bowl and Donald Trump, they're almost synonymous, right? Because you have the Super Bowl, and they're both really define America. America loves big. America loves bold. America loves eccentric. America is full of people that enjoy gluttony and overconsumption. And there's nothing over the top like the Super Bowl, right? It's a football game on steroids. It's entertainment on steroids. It's pop culture on steroids. And you look at the Super Bowl from just 2 days ago, social justice nonsense on steroids. And that really personifies Donald Trump. Donald Trump is everything America on steroids, right? These guy's almost 79 years old. What does he eat? He eats McDonald's. He eats cheeseburgers. He drinks soda. Everything that he does is always full of fanfare, hoopla, whether it's a truth post, whether it's golfing with Tiger Woods and his kid Sunday before flying to the Super Bowl. So I thought that was interesting. And I just wanted to say this as well. I thought about this yesterday. that Donald Trump and the Philadelphia Eagles have had a very similar path the last 7 years. I want you to think about this. And I don't think anybody has made this connection yet. But think about this. Trump upset Hillary Clinton in 2016. Nobody thought he had a shot. Remember, polls gave him about like a 2% chance. Same thing happened when Nick Foles defeated Tom Brady. Nobody thought the Eagles would beat the New England Patriots. Then you fast forward to 2020. Heartbreaking election loss for Donald Trump to Joe Biden. Some people think there were shenanigans. Same thing happened with the Eagles, where they had Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Chiefs on the ropes and let them off the hook 3 years ago. Fast forward to 2024 into 2025, Donald Trump gets payback, blows out Kamala Harris, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles payback, and they blow out the Kansas City Chiefs. Think about that. And by the way, your Philadelphia Eagles undefeated in Super Bowls with Donald Trump as president. Just wanted to point that out. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back at the hour 2. Dawn's got some news to kick off the hour. And then we'll get into these school closures. I think I have a very logical solution to the back and forth. Well, one day it's, we don't want to go too late into June. But the next day is, let's just give them off. There's going to be a dusting the next morning. I've got the answer coming up next. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Stay right there.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
1, hour number 2, live on a Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Perhaps it's your first day back since the Super Bowl. You know, Axios had a story yesterday that said they anticipated 22.6 million Americans coming down with the Super Bowl flu and not working on Monday, yesterday, the day after the Super Bowl. Love to know what those numbers actually turned out to be. That was their...
Well, we had one here.
So we have 22 million. I can't even do the math. But one less. There you go. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Harry Mays will join us for the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. And also, a couple of other good stories to get to, including defiance in Michigan to Donald Trump's orders on the transgender athlete front in schools. So stay tuned for that. But before we get back to all of the content, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensler.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this morning with winter weather advisories heading our way. We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning. We are at not quite 30 degrees, still chilly out there, so we'll have the full forecast in just a moment. In Philadelphia, we're talking about all the arrests and the cleanup following, of course, the big Super Bowl celebration. And already we have some big equipment out preparing for the parade because the stage will be the Philadelphia Art Museum, the banners going up, the work crews are there. We'll have road closures to tell you about. The big parade will be this Friday. But police giving us the word on at least 50 different people either arrested or cited for naughty behavior, bad behavior, assaults. We have at least 6 people arrested for assaulting the police officers. That happened on Sunday. There were no life-threatening injuries to the officers, but we're told those officers are recovering and some of them in stable condition. So not life-threatening, but serious enough. So you do have the 6 arrests for the assault on law enforcement. And then other crimes that even included aggravated assault, reckless endangerment of another person, and then at least 8 arrests for vandalism. Although the word today, this morning, as police were releasing new videos of surveillance type videos and images of individuals at different points in Philadelphia who knocked over and damaged or even stole or stomped upon, crushed light poles. So they didn't just climb the light poles. They actually took the light poles, took them down, damaged them, and the city says you're going to have to pay.
I'm just amazed that people actually can still climb and scale these poles after they have been greased in advance.
That's talent.
Right? It really is.
Yeah.
And by the way, on the other, as far as these police officers being assaulted, we know that Larry Krasner is no friend to helping the police in this city. When we talk about prosecutions, it's going to be very interesting to see what type of stroke he has here. Is he going to have all of a sudden a rebirth in his passion for justice when it pertains to these Eagle fans that eventually assaulted police officers? Because if history is our guiding principle, he's going to let these people off lightly.
Well, that's why we'll track it. We'll continue to look at it. And yeah, to your point, we'll get the details on the injuries to the officers and as well as those charges against those who injured the officers. News conference about the parade for Friday.
Yeah.
It's planned for 11 a.m. today.
So we're trying to decide if we're going to broadcast from there.
Of course we are.
Well,
wait a minute.
Hang on there.
This station?
We did last time.
Yeah. No, I know. Yeah, I know.
Did we?
With a non Eagles fan doing
Don't
it. Which
even
was
like.
just,
I'm serious.
Yeah,
Don't even get me started.
It was
because I had to be back at the studio in
I
our
know.
old studio.
I remember
with Bill, and we were like the real fans.
I know.
And he didn't even bring his kids because he's a freaking Kansas City fan. And I was just like, my head was gonna nothing personal. I know. I'm sorry, but can you even imagine?
Don't.
I was like, did you bring your kids? They're like, no, they're Kansas City fans. I was like, oh my God.
This is a personal conversation.
I know.
With
Yeah,
Dawn and
it's
I
great.
did,
I know exactly
so
what you're talking about. But
so like,
I'm enjoying it.
like, this year, we're going because we got denied last time.
Well,
it's
a little more buttoned up, and like we have to just decide what we're gonna do. But we'll have some presence down there.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say what.
And we will arrive at this conclusion when?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm damaged. I'm just saying I'm damaged from the last time.
I'm perfect. Just for
Can
the
you imagine
record,
somebody telling you?
I know.
Oh no, I'm a Kansas City fan. I was like,
I am. If I have a say, I am perfectly happy just doing it from where we're doing it. I have no interest in heading down there, being involved in that charade.
Nick is so mild.
I also have
no
no interest in going to Times Square for New Year's Eve.
Nick, it's so much fun.
I have to protect my work wife, Dawn Stenslin, and I don't know if it's safe to send her down there.
Oh, you stop it.
She hosts the Mummers, for God's sake.
That's right.
I'm just kidding.
I'll have my own. No, here's the thing.
Stalker doesn't want to be out there either. Let's be honest.
It's so much fun. I mean, for the parade last time, so I did go down there and got a lot of sound and stuff like that. But then for the actual, when they did the ceremony, that's when we had to be back at the thing, and I was like so upset.
Wow.
But it was awesome.
Yeah.
And that's why it's history. It's amazing, and even with the kids being off school, you think about there were people on Sunday in Delaware County. They actually went to the cemetery. You know what I mean? Like, I know people who went to the cemetery because there are people who lived and died without having a Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And they're like, Dad, we won. And I mean, that's Philadelphia for you. So
Yeah.
it's so cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm of the belief I'll never see a winter sports championship. I've never seen one in my lifetime for the Flyers or the Sixers, so I totally get it.
Kevin Pools wants to know if the parade will end at Chip Snappers.
No, but speaking of that, we will be out for Joe Conklin coming up on Friday, February 21st in Westchester.
And we have tickets to give away for that event coming up at 9:50 with your Morning Mystery Movie clip.
That's right.
So our Super Bowl champion, Eagles, they're home. They touched down in Southwest Philadelphia yesterday afternoon, greeted by a big crowd of excited fans. It was a nice, warm welcome. Earlier, though, we saw Jalen Hurts. He had the wave down. He was at Disney, and this is the tradition in Florida. So he was at Disney, and he was it was just Mickey Mouse up there, right? Was it Mickey and I just saw Mickey. Now, why not Mickey and Minnie?
Yeah, it doesn't seem very diverse to me.
It does not.
Seems a little sexist, to be honest.
No, it was cute, and he looked excited. It's probably still sinking in. It was wonderful.
Yeah, he never really gets too excited about anything, does he? You're very stoic, dude.
Very,
even keeled, flatliner.
So not flatliner. Stop.
Yeah, he's a little aloof, but he's a world champion. I love him.
He's a champion.
I love it. My guy.
You think about it. He's 26 and a half years old. Everybody raves about, let's say, Caroline Leavitt, who's amazing White House press secretary.
Not everybody raves about
But I mean, she's 27.
Jesus.
And
Everybody raves
she's
about
the
it.
youngest. She's
Not really.
27.
Poll question: Caroline Leavitt or Jalen Hurts?
I mean, come on.
Who's got the world by the balls?
This is Dawn's world. Like
Dawn's world.
Everybody raves about her.
Like
Okay,
Trumpaholic
sure.
Dawn.
Yeah.
Like this is my world. Eagles,
She
Trump.
guzzles.
I guzzle Trump. Amy and
I find it on my board, but I'm banged up on Paxlovid.
poor Nick, just trying to get through the day.
Trying to get to 10 o'clock.
Leave alone.
Just trying to get to the finish line.
So we've been doing headlines because there's, Trump signed a slew of other executive orders, including making Doge official, and we're getting more word on that. But I go to whitehouse.gov and it's like a slew of new orders. But yesterday, imposing the 25% tariffs on imports, has to do with steel, has to do with aluminum, and this arrives amid a flurry of the trade-related announcements, applying pressure to some of America's biggest trade partners, and obviously this includes China, Mexico, Canada. So Trump telling reporters in the Oval Office, and he just holds these impromptu news conferences, this has to do with Hamas. He is saying immediately release the hostages held in Gaza by Saturday noon. That's your deadline, or quote, hell is going to break out. Part of this Gaza, the Hamas, they're claiming that part of this is in reaction to the fact that Trump made that big announcement that we talked about last week. That they're going to do a redo, they're going to remake Gaza, but they need everybody to leave so they can do the remodel.
So now they're playing tough. They're playing hardball.
So they're saying they're not going for that.
We'll see how that plays out.
So, and President Trump also said he'd consider withholding aid from Jordan and Egypt if they don't take Palestinians from Gaza.
Play cut 16, Phil.
Well, I would say this, and I'm going to let that because that's Israel's decision. But as far as I'm concerned, if all of the hostages aren't returned by Saturday at 12 o'clock, I think it's an appropriate time. I would say cancel it and all bets are off and let hell break out. I'd say they ought to be returned by 12 o'clock on Saturday, and if they're not returned, all of them, not in drips and drabs, not 2 and 1 and 3 and 4 and 2. Saturday at 12 o'clock, and after that, I would say all hell is going to break out.
And I hold him. I think he's not joking.
What does all hell is going to break out mean?
It's the opposite of hell freezing over. I think it's hell's on fire.
It's him saying.
Yeah.
To me, I think he's not playing around.
No.
So what he's saying is, make my day.
Yeah,
we'll
and also
we'll just wipe you guys off the map.
The whole thing with you mentioned Jordan in Egypt withholding that aid that you mentioned. They don't want these people anyway, right? Like I mean that's something that we've kind of chronicled over this last year and a half of this conflict. Nobody wants these individuals, and so again it goes back to why are you on the side of the group of people that when they're quote own people or those of Arabic descent or Islamic faith do not want these people, why would you do anything to help benefit them, right? We've talked about this, good versus evil. So, you got, 4 days? 4 days in about 5 hours? I don't think he's joking.
No, and that's just it. When he speaks, then they all do react. So I will say for Wall Street, there was a headline. I want to say the Wall Street Journal today, but there was one of the reports, either WAPO or Wall Street Journal, where they were saying Wall Street they've learned to not react to some of these headlines, whether it's about tariffs or these other issues, because
So people don't take him seriously then when he speaks.
Well, I think that they're starting
You
to
just
understand.
contradicted yourself.
No. They're starting to understand that it's the art of the deal.
Okay.
That he's pushing for.
Wall Street understands it's the art of the deal.
Well, you just can't be DEFCON 5 with everything he says. Like, that's the one thing I learned the first time around. Not that I was doing this format when he was president the first time. But it's what I say to people
Greg's
that
just
love
triggered.
him.
He's just having fun triggering me over here.
Or the people that hate him.
Don't talk about him.
You can't. The guy's a walking soundbite. If you try to assess everything that he says as either gospel or totally a lie or anywhere in between, you're going to drive yourself insane.
He gave zero thought to that. What he just said, what we just played. He gave zero thought to that, and his staff had to then scramble to say, how are we going to deal with this now? I 100%. I 100%. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying that soundbite that he just gave because Saturday at noon. He just pulled that out of his what.
Okay. Well, I don't really care about the actual date or time. The only thing the part that I really love is the drips and drabs.
Yes.
Like, remember when Joe got this, officially accomplished on his way out? It was a 3-phase, 6-week ordeal. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Why do we have to have phases? We didn't have. This isn't like launching a YouTube channel for Kayal Company. What do you mean phases? Yeah, you've got the United States federal government, the United States military, Benjamin Netanyahu. You've got two of the most in lockstep allies together. Why are we releasing these people like they're limited release Jordan sneakers at a Foot Locker on a Saturday? The hell are we? Just get them all out. I agree with them on that. Like 2 here and 1 there and 3 there and 4 there. That's how my wife's like. My wife looks at the credit card. She goes, well, all right, let's do this one this month, and then we'll do these 2. Like, why don't we do them all? How about we just get them all out?
We're all airing our own grievances here
Yes.
this morning.
Right.
But we have to break. So, Dawn, can you do the sponsor, please?
Okay, I'll do the sponsor. We have to talk about the fact that Trump signed another executive order last night, formally establishing Doge. And what he's really after is creating a software, scaffolding, if you will. And that's part of the numbers that we talked about earlier. So a lot of executive orders that he just signed last night, a whole new slew. So we'll get to all of it. Plastic straws. How old are you and when will you die?
Yes.
Nick Kayal has this cool predictor.
I took the test, by the way.
Oh, my gosh. I can't wait. Kitchen Magic. Go to kitchenmagic.com
Dawn,
today.
are you going to take the test? You're
I'll
the only
take
one
the
on the show
darn
that has not
test.
taken the test.
Shocking. Shocking. We're waiting on her.
Greg sent it yesterday, too, so I have no excuse.
Ridiculous.
Go to kitchenmagic.com today. Start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years. kitchenmagic.com. Do it. Kitchen Magic. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Enough with the school closures for absurd reasons. And also, when will you die? Very cryptic, right? How about that for a tease?
That is a tease.
Cut sheet, 30 minutes out. Stay right there.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I love the work the Chapman family has done in my home, especially the glass wall of patio doors right off the foyer. You know by now, if I needed windows, new windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I trust only the Chapman team. What you may not know is that Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they also replace rooftops. Yes, they have you covered, literally. Family-owned and operated Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They've been around for more than 30 years, Chester County. They have more than 240 Google reviews, which speak to their impeccable reputation for quality workmanship and customer service. Chapman spends the time to understand your needs, to educate you on all of your options, and they also have financing available right now, which can, of course, leverage to make your new roof or other remodeling projects a reality. Whether you or somebody you know, you're looking for a new roof, windows, doors, siding, shutters, just give them a call. You can text. They're listing right now. They're like-minded, 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you want experts you can trust working on your car, United Tire and Service is the place for you. They always take the time to get to know you and your car, and United Tire has made February the best month to save on tires. The birds won it all, so you can save big now. Through February 28th, you save the total points of the game off a set of 4 tires. What a great way to celebrate. Schedule at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon, Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
Dawn Stensland here. Have you thought about being part of the electrified era with a new all-electric vehicle? Whether you're looking for the new Honda Prologue or Acura ZDX, the award-winning Hyundai Ioniq 5, or the luxurious Genesis GV60, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group have you covered. Oh, we can't forget about the spacious Volkswagen ID4 or the thrilling Nissan Ariya. With available tax credits, complimentary charging options, and low finance rates, visit your local Piazza dealer now, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Believe me, you will guzzle.
Exactly. 722. It's Kayal and Company. Rolling on live on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
Yeah.
We are like your coffee, your fruit, and your...
I like omelets.
Omelets. I like omelets too, Mr. Kennedy. Although, when you have a cold, you have the flu, you have COVID, dairy, not the way to go. We'll resume that in a couple of days. Let's get to school closures. You know, I try to be consistent. If I'm going to criticize a Democrat and a Republican does the same thing, I call them out for it. And I don't care who gets offended or who gets in their feelings. You know, I don't do this home team, away team thing. Yeah, I'm on one team. But it's just like when I was in sports radio, like I'm going to ridicule the Eagles when they need to be ridiculed. I'm not going to sit there. I'm not an Eagles employee. I'm not a member of the roster of the Republican Party. Yeah, I'm a registered Republican. I vote Republican. But I'm not going to just, rubber stamp everything that party says or does. I try to evaluate everything on a case-by-case basis, and I try to be consistent. And what I don't like about these school closures for the Super Bowl coming up in Philly and in New Jersey is the inconsistencies with the arguments. And I thought about this last night when you guys sent the story of Philly school closures as well as South Jersey. And I've got three different stories here. We've got one from the Inquirer, and then we've got two from New Jersey. One's from Patch.com, and the other's from the Courier Post online. So in one breath, when we're talking about, this day and age of all these excessive days off and shutting, back in my day, we would walk to school in 4 inches of snow. So I always hear this, we don't want to go too long. We need to hit our 180 days or whatever that number is with school districts. So in some regards, it's, we don't want to go too long into June, blah, 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 blah. But then they want to shut down for other reasons and make it a 3-day weekend or extend a 3-day weekend into a 4-day weekend. So whether it's the day after the Super Bowl, bad weather, virtual in-service teacher days, President's Day, or the Super Bowl parade. How about this? I'm a big proponent for school choice. I love the concept of parental rights and parental freedom. How about when the Philadelphia Eagles win a Super Bowl? It's business as usual for schools with kids the day after, or for, in this case, with this topic in this story we're talking about, the parade. Why don't we just have school and leave it up to the parents? Parental choice. If Nick Kayal, Greg Stocker, or Dawn Stensland, all of us are parents, if we want our children to go to school that day, we send them to school. If not, we say, hey, how cool would it be, little boy or little girl? You want to go to the parade? You want to go down to Broad Street amongst hundreds of thousands of people? Because God knows we probably won't see another Super Bowl in our lifetime anyway, because it's not like we're spoiled as Eagle fans. Why not just leave it up to the parents? Why not just leave it up to adults to make the right decision for their child? You know, if you don't have vacation days, if you don't have PTO, that's a you problem, but that kind of answers the issue for you. Well, I can't afford to take off. I don't have the day off. I don't really think it's justified to have my kids stay out of school. I'd rather them go to school anyway. Is that a simple solution to all of this? I feel like it is. What do you guys think about that? Because we've got differing viewpoints here in Philadelphia with Tony Watlington, as well as different school districts in South Jersey, from Camden County to Gloucester City School District to, what else do I got here? I got Barrington School District, got all these different school districts in New Jersey, Haddonfield. What is the right answer for the Super Bowl parade in schools?
I think that, first of all, every district is different, but I think, I mean, I will say this, that for Philadelphia schools, I thought it was good that Tony Watlington, the superintendent for Philadelphia Public Schools, had said, we are going on as planned. We're not doing a late start or anything of that nature, whether we win or lose the Super Bowl. But for the parade, first of all, they have to close all the streets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so that's, there's a safety and security issue as far as school buses and
why not have it on Saturday? Why not have it on Saturday then?
That's a great point. Why on a Friday?
Yeah.
I mean, that way on Saturday, and then, of course, you're going to, well, I work on Saturday, and not all of us have the luxury of 2-day weekends, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there's always that guy. He's probably in the YouTube chat typing right now. But, yeah, most of us that work a 9 to 5, in theory, have off on Saturday, and there's no school on Saturday. That would be the perfect solution.
Yeah, see, I will say oh, no, that's not right. That was the 7th. I was looking at, so for Philadelphia, I'm looking at the calendar for public schools. School was closed. It's closed obviously on the 17th, which is President's Day.
Yep.
But they were to have school
on Friday.
Yeah.
And whereas at my kids' schools, they had in-service days anyway. They had a 4-day weekend.
Well, Philly.com is saying that now, with Monday being President's Day, this allows families the ability to have a even longer break, and they're citing Lower Marion. Lower Marion has a staff development day on Friday.
Yeah,
a lot of schools do now.
Staff development.
Yeah, they're not. They're all going to be at the parade.
What does that mean, staff development?
It means nothing. It means they're all going to be at the parade.
We have Newtown, Central Bucks, North Penn, and Cheltenham, and Watlington. According to sources, this is from the Inquirer yesterday afternoon. Multiple sources with firsthand knowledge of the district's plan, unless this has changed since this was published, said it's a lock, and a district spokesperson suggested it's likely that they will have off, saying, quote, historically, when there's a parade in the city, we have historically closed.
So they have. They closed in 2018.
Yeah.
And it was midweek, remember? They were supposed to do, it was, because I'm still upset about that, not being able. Anyway, so it was supposed to be Wednesday, and then we had inclement weather.
So Megan on the YouTube chat says she's a Delco teacher and taking off to take her kids, and many other teachers are doing the same.
Yeah,
I mean,
leave it up to the parents.
But
but if teachers are taking off, I mean,
no, the schools. I think the Philadelphia Public Schools, they've announced they're closed, so you're not going to have an option. It's basically considered a holiday for the city, because they don't want to have all the school buses out there when they're having an all-day parade. Do you know what I'm saying? If there's a safety and security aspect of it.
I thought there was no school buses for city residents, for kids.
For the little kids, there are. It's middle school.
Oh.
It starts in middle school, and then it goes through high school.
Okay.
Look, I'm all for it is for Eagles fans. This might be a once in a lifetime opportunity thing. Although we might be seeing the start of a dynasty with this Philadelphia Eagles team.
We hope.
But it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. It's a Friday before a long weekend. I'm fine if you want to take your kid out of school or whatever, and take this. But I don't think that.
Then take President's Day back. Go back to school Monday.
Well, I agree with you. I think it should be up to the parents. I don't think, aside from Philadelphia schools, because Donna's correct that the parade route and closures of streets are going to affect schools. There's no question. So I do agree that unless it's Philadelphia schools that's going to affect it, like schools should be open. And if you're not there, then, you take a absent day.
I think you just nailed the solution with your Saturday suggestion. Why has that ever? I mean, does the government not want to work an extra day?
Yes.
Is that what it comes down to?
Yes.
It's a cost.
Overtime. Yes, 100%.
God forbid.
Yeah.
Cost.
God forbid we pay people a little bit of extra to do some great work once
it's a lot extra.
Yeah, they're all federal workers. They're all federal workers.
Don't worry, we're not going to win another one for 38 years. So
that's not true. This is a dynasty. I'm telling you.
It's not just federal workers. You have state, then you have local, right? So it's all these municipalities.
A lot of people want to weigh on this. We should get to that on the other side.
All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. I don't know, maybe we get Doge in here to figure out how much it would cost, and we'll get the answer in 9 minutes.
Megan, the Delco teacher, call in because I want to hear.
We have a lot of teachers in this audience. Absolutely. 855-839-1210. Those calls plus the death tracker. How will you perish and when will you perish? We'll get to that coming up. Plus Harry Mays with the cut sheet. We have a lot to get to. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking about Mercedes-Benz. That's right, with multiple locations. Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, which combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you'll find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive today behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Don't forget to throw that word premium in there, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, Kayal, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Cut Sheet, Harry Mays coming up shortly. Your phone calls, 855-839-1210. And then the AI death expert. We will reveal when the entire cast of Kayal and Company will perish. Some of you maybe have a countdown clock ticking right now.
Yep.
855-839-1210. This is a fun exercise. I hope it's true as well, because my math is way off if it's true, which is usually the case, you know, when we talk about salaries and things like that. I'm just never in the right ballpark. I still think it's 2004. But let's go to Rita in North Philadelphia. She's got thoughts on a couple of issues. Rita, your thoughts on the school issue first, if you could,
Okay.
and then give me your other take on politicians.
Okay. This is Rita Rodriguez, by the way. A lot of people know me. Okay. Here's what you forgot.
Yeah.
The reason why they don't let the children go to school after the Super Bowl, most of those parents, a lot of them, not all, are drunk, high. They were beating the children.
What?
Get out here. Or if their team wouldn't beat children, and you get on my nerves, and all that kind of mess.
Yeah.
That's why. You know what I'm saying? But you got some crazy people out here.
I hear that. Rita, are you drunk or high right now?
Oh, no.
No.
Same here.
I will tell you who I'm related to. Rasheed Wallace, a basketball player.
Oh,
That's my
Rasheed
cousin.
Wallace, yeah, from the Pistons. yeah, he's a Newman,
Right.
he's a Newman Goretti guy, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So Rita's saying,
nice guy,
hang on a second. Rita's saying that the reason that we don't do this is because parents are high and drunk and beating their kids.
Yep. Gotta get high.
Well, I think the first part is being drunk is absolutely true. There's a lot of people hungover Monday morning.
Some people get mean. They get mean when they get drunk.
Yeah.
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 Like Kayal.
How you doing, Miss
Yeah.
Dawn? Love you, Miss Dawn.
Love you, Miss Rita.
I'm a raging
But
drunk.
see, that they realized that was a big problem with the abuse and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the reason. Now, I want to tell you why they go after the politicians.
Okay.
You can, say like I'm the city council of District 5, say North Philly or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stealing hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay. Nobody says anything. Now, you got to remember, all that money's not going to me. I got to give them a breakdown. Now, when they want to get rid of me, that's when they let it out that I stole this, I stole that, because somebody else wants that seat, and for some reason, they want to eliminate them.
Well, yeah,
That's when they go
I
after
think that's generally speaking, I think that's the theme of what was going on with Eric Adams in New York. And thank you so much for the phone call, Rita. The second you don't play the game the right way and they want you ousted, or you don't say the right verbiage, or you're not spewing the same talking points you're supposed to say, all of a sudden they want you out, or they end up having an investigation, or the FBI raids you, things like that. So yeah, trust me, that's pretty much standard across the board. Let's go from North Philly to South Philly. Frank is with us next. What's up, Frank?
Good morning to you. How you doing today?
Oh, Frankie, what's happening, pal?
Hey, listen, the school situation in regards to the Super Bowl, I totally agree with you guys. It should be on the weekend after the Super Bowl. This way, the kids mandatory to go to school 5 days a week, and the parents could do whatever they want on the weekend with them.
Yeah,
with the kids to go to the Super Bowl to follow that. And that lady was right that was just speaking. Most of them are just drunk and high right after that party.
What is happening?
Similar to what happened.
Frank, are you drunk or high?
Never, but he sent us that wine. Thank you, Frank.
Oh, thanks, man. Thank you, Frank.
Hey, Dawn, I don't drink while I'm on duty. I'm on duty right now with you guys.
Nice.
I never drank in my entire life when I worked with no matter when I was working for 4 companies.
So you don't
Drunk
drink
or high.
you don't drink on duty. You just call talk radio while you're on duty.
And about politicians, let me explain something, Dawn. And I try to get the city hall and the mayor to have it sit down, and nothing happened. In the city of Philadelphia, in 1950, city council passed an ordinance in regards to city signs. Now, I found 5 different city signs on one pole on 4th and Montrose Street over there. It's ridiculous with all the signs. We have no legal parking spaces in Philadelphia here, hardly any. And they made it mandatory that way, because they're collected and the potholes, all the potholes in the streets. We got down here on Oregon Avenue and Mervine. We have 2 blocks full of potholes. No, 3 years nobody filled them up.
Yeah,
we need
ridiculous.
pothole patrol.
Pothole patrol.
And part of it is Greg Stocker with his bike and the bike lanes.
And I'm a sign guy. PPA turns around and gives out tickets, and we don't have no legal parking spaces to park.
Yeah.
Thanks, Frank.
Frank, I'm going to let you get back to your duty. You have a lot of duties to fulfill.
Duty. By the way, speaking of my bike, Road Warrior fixed up my bike. Looks fabulous.
Yeah?
Wow.
What, do you got, a Schwinn?
No, he made it lighter. He sent me pictures. I'll text him to Phil so we can put them up on the YouTube chat.
Are we going to ride together like the whole way down?
No. I want to hang out with you.
I just figured maybe you'd start shouting random things.
No. But he did an amazing job. He took like a bunch of weight off of, so the bike's lighter.
Yeah.
Nice.
I took a lot of weight off too the last 6 days.
Yeah.
I lost 7 pounds.
Poor thing.
Yeah. Sweating like a pig. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's do this real quick. I think we hit. Do we have time? No, we don't. Let's save it for afterwards.
Yeah, let's break.
Yeah, I'll tease it for the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
The death tracker. It'll give Dawn. It'll give Dawn time to actually take the test.
I know you sent the links. We'll
give her another 90 minutes. And we'll see if she's
literally takes you 90 seconds, Dawn.
Yeah.
Literally.
It's going to take me longer.
It will.
You know.
She's going to have to find the link and then the email, the whole charade. Apparently, Harry Mays is going to rip me right out of the gate.
He should.
Did Harry take it?
No.
Harry's got to take it, too.
Yeah, Harry's going to be dead in about 5 years anyway.
Stop.
We'll get to him on the cut sheet. Harry Mays joins us to riff, rant, and rave about all the nonsensical comments that you are about to hear, both on the radio, the app, and on YouTube. It's Kayal and Company. What's on the cut sheet comes up next.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Cannella with today's report.
It's no secret that baby boomers are living longer than ever before and are placing a priority on being happy and healthy. Unfortunately, many lack the vital part of healthcare. From the government show that close to 70% of all baby boomers will use a long-term care facility for an average of 3 years at a cost of over $300,000. Not planning for long-term care is denying yourself a comfortable transition in the final stages of your life and expenses that will impoverish most estates. Fortunately, in recent years, programs have become available where long-term care coverage can be obtained without ever paying annual premiums. Therefore, if you didn't use it, you don't lose it. It's called asset-based long-term care. Now here's how it works. By leveraging an asset, such as a savings account or an investment account, when long-term care is needed, the asset chosen to be leveraged will balloon to more than 3 times the original asset value. For example, a husband and wife at 65 years of age transfers $100,000 of one of their investment accounts into an asset-based long-term care contract. That $100,000 immediately becomes, from day one, approximately $460,000 of long-term care benefit for both husband and wife when needed. For individuals, the $100,000 would become approximately $550,000. Perhaps the most attractive part of asset-based care is receiving the care in the comforts of your own home. This is what experts call aging in place, staying in the comfort of your own home and assuring yourself a comfortable transition in the final stages of your life. It also allows your loved ones to have more of an opportunity to visit you because you're home. Should a need not arise for asset care, your beneficiaries would receive the remaining contract value. These types of contracts are more liberal with health conditions than traditional contracts, and age is a determining factor for benefits. By taking these steps now, not only will it be less expensive at your current age, but will also protect your surviving spouse and the estate that took you a lifetime to accrue as well.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Cannella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, Miss Meyer.
Hey, nothing wrong with music over promos, cutting off a spot. I don't want to hear the commercials either. 855-839-1210. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Questioning the answers, answering the questions. That's what we do Monday through Friday from 6 to 10.
Oh, man, I forgot to... Here, talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Discuss.
Let's bring on Harry, because I forgot to get something from the printer.
Harold Mays back with us yet again for another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, which will be coming up in just one moment. Harry, I heard that you would like to rip me right out of the gate here.
Well, I have to rip you,
Good.
Nick Kayal,
You
because you are a nitwit.
Yes.
You spent how many years in Philadelphia sports talk radio? I lost track.
6.5.
When your caller there, the second to last caller that I heard, brought up Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, yeah, he's a Newman Goretti guy.
Oh, no, Coatesville, right?
No.
Is that Rip Hamilton?
Simon Gratz.
Simon Gratz, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, Newman Goretti was Bruno.
Correct.
Yeah, I got Bruno on the
Before
brain.
it was Newman Goretti.
Before it was Newman Goretti.
Correct.
Yeah, it's a bad job out of me.
It's a terrible job. And yes, Rip Hamilton went to Coatesville.
That's right.
Who played on that Pistons team.
There you go.
All right. Now we got it all squared away.
Yes, we
And
do.
who cares? Because Rasheed Wallace is a huge Kansas City fan.
Oh, is he really?
So who cares?
Yeah.
Thank you,
yes,
Dawn.
Stensland. Yeah. Yeah.
By the way,
So
Dawn,
they-
I have your GA Academy
thank
calendar
you.
here, so just
Yeah,
in case. You're
I'm multitasking. What
Hard-
can I say?
hard at work this morning, are we?
I'm a woman. I can multitask.
Yeah, baby.
She couldn't do our little death tracker exam
Yeah.
where she's printing out calendars.
I did the
I'm
death-
trying to do it right now, and I don't know my body mass index or
Well, you
whatever.
have
How
They
do
give
you-
you a calculator at the bottom. You can just
Yeah.
put your height and your weight.
Just enter your height and weight
do
and it
it
should
for
spit
you.
it out.
And don't
Oh,
lie.
really?
And don't lie about your alcohol consumption, Harry, because I've been out with you.
Oh, well, I would never lie about that.
Never.
He embraces it.
Yeah, I was
Yes,
just going to say that. All right, we're late, so let's
Yeah,
do
let's
this.
go.
Thank you. It's the show on the rails.
The cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Not sponsored by anybody, so I guess we're good. All right. Do you want to? So I'm confused. The Brett Baer Trump interview was supposed to be before the Super Bowl, but they aired it last night.
Yeah,
right?
Because
yeah, go ahead, Dawn. Go ahead.
they aired the short piece of it, and then they promoted and said the rest of it will air the next.
Got
the
it.
next time.
Now, I could be off on this because I was under the influence of many pills over the weekend. On Sunday, I thought that they said it would air at 3 o'clock.
It did.
In the Fox pregame show. And then I saw clips of it not only yesterday when I was home throughout the day, but then again for Brett Baer. But was Hannity not involved in that version of it? Because I thought they were promoting both of them.
They were promoting both of them. That was what was weird.
Okay.
They were promoting both of them, and so you thought they both were going to do but no.
Okay, so Hannity just had to stick his face into it for more camera
Of
time.
course.
Of course.
Of course.
With
Yeah.
his Chiefs jersey on.
Ugh.
Yeah. You expect anything different?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
This is cut 8, Phil. So I want to get this is from the Brett Baer interview. Do you view JD Vance as your successor? And he says no.
Okay.
Roll it.
Do you view Vice President J.D. Vance as your successor, the Republican nominee in 2028?
No, but he's very capable. I mean, I don't think that I think you have a lot of very capable people. So far, I think he's doing a fantastic job. It's too early. We're just starting.
But by the time we get to the midterms, he's going to be looking for an endorsement.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that this has been the greatest opening, almost 3 weeks, in the history of the
It's
presidency.
definitely been the fastest and the most stuff
Well,
happening.
we've done so much so fast, and we really had to because they have really, what they've done to our country is so sad. It's so sad. We're going to be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
Well, if it's not J.D. Vance and he's not the heir apparent, then is it?
Oh wait, hang on.
Is it
Mustard?
Is it
Mustard?
Is it Ron DeSantis? I mean, I would argue right now that it's J.D. Vance by a landslide. I mean, if you were giving like mathematical percentages, I mean, J.D. Vance would be like 60, 70, 80% likely, in my opinion. 10% chance for DeSantis, a 2% chance for Nikki Haley and all these other people that are going to pop up on short lists. I don't see how it could not be, unless he's implying there. And Dawn, you can Trump-splain. Is he implying that maybe one of his children are the next in line?
Don Jr. No, I think that he's wise to not answer that because A, you don't want to be the lame duck. You don't want to name your successor right in the first less than a month. Right? He hasn't even been in a month.
True.
And you're going to name your successor, so you don't want to be called a lame duck. And also because it's an insult to all the fabulous people. I don't rule out Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio.
Oh, God.
No, I'm serious. Don't rule him out.
Oh, I'd stick my head in the toilet.
You got little Marco. He's doing a big job.
Oh.
He's doing a great job. What about Don Jr.? What about, you know what I mean? There are all kinds of individuals out there who would want to make the run. So I think he's just wise to say we're just beginning.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
But that's not what he said. He said no initially.
But Harry,
Okay.
then listen to what else then he said. He said,
Yeah,
we're just
yeah,
getting
yeah.
started.
But see, this when he does this kind of crap, and this is what annoys me, is he puts it on a tee for the other side to say, see, he's going to be a dictator. He's not going anywhere after 4 years.
Oh.
Yep.
That's the stuff that I hate.
That's not what he was saying.
22nd Amendment.
See,
type
Trump-splaining.
I am the Trumpaholic.
Okay.
I like to guzzle.
Speaking of guzzle, I'm at the alcohol consumption portion of this quiz.
Yeah.
And I'm stuck between daily and I'm constantly blotto. So what do I answer?
Constantly
You're so
blotto. It's a
I'm
great
gonna
word,
go
by the
daily.
way. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
JK13 says, how come no one ever mentions Eric Trump? I mean, Don.
He's like Fredo. I guess.
Donald doesn't mention
I got to
that.
be honest. I don't.
Fredo.
Barron's the heir apparent, by the way.
I don't think either of the Trump boys that are, eligible are options. And to be honest, I don't want either one of them. I don't want a watered down wannabe version of the old man. He's one of one.
Yeah.
I mean, we met Donald Trump.
He's a unicorn.
Yes, we met Trump Jr. at the event in New Jersey.
And I mean that in a good way, Greg.
Yeah.
Listen to Greg.
I know.
Harry, he's picking on me this morning.
Snorting, he's snickering, he's having a blast back there.
I'm not picking on anybody.
Well,
I'm just.
He loves to trigger.
Just
He's
happy.
bitter.
I'm just happy.
Bitter? I didn't even kiss her. I heard that yesterday, by the way.
Tony Bruno.
I'm glad you did. I heard none of it.
How about this? The paper straw is gone.
Great.
Right?
Love
Great.
it.
And the penny.
Yeah.
Cut 20, Phil. Go.
I think we're going to do some amazing things, really amazing things.
Last thing, I mean, you have a lot of things on your plate that you're going to do, but right now...
Well, you know, one thing I did last night that's very powerful, really, the straw. They gave us a paper straw. It melts. It's horrible.
It is horrible.
They should make it in flavors because by the time you finish, it is so horrible. I ended the paper straw. We're going to go back to plastic.
That might be a 90-10 issue.
It's about a 99.
No one loves the
Well, no, but I took
soggy
it out.
straw.
This was a Biden issue, big Biden issue. I'm sure Biden really knew.
You don't
Somebody
think
put
about
things in front of him and signed whatever they did. I think you're right. It's at least a 90% issue.
Right now, do you view Vice President J.D. Vance...
You know, Joe Biden has been eating through a straw for 5 years. He wouldn't know the difference between plastic or paper. And Trump's right. By the way, Trump's official POTUS handle tweeted out a picture a day or two ago of the old school glass Diet Coke 16-ounce bottle with the plastic straw back in it on his desk. Great picture.
What was the problem with the plastic straw? It was bad for the environment.
Yeah,
or
it's all climate.
Goes into the
plastic.
ocean and
Yeah, it's all the climate nonsense. And
It goes into the ocean.
It goes into the ocean. It gets wrapped around a
it does.
fish, and then the fish
Yes,
dies.
I think
and
that's
people,
what they said.
Yeah. I hated the paper straw. Now I've only
too.
I'm not a straw guy in general.
You hit onto something there, Kayal. That is a great point. Dawn,
They're for kids.
Dawn, I see you drinking your coffee in the morning with a straw, which I have to flag.
Well, but she's on television with lipstick, so I get that.
Oh.
Right?
The
That's
lipstick.
That's the motive, right, Stensland?
That's right.
What's the age? This is just for guys. I'm not talking about females. What's the age guys need to stop drinking out of straws? Like 7?
When you become a teenager, 13.
Let's go to 10.
I go 13.
What about
What about
milk?
smoothie though? Like
I was just gonna say, what about
Wawa?
milkshakes or
You gotta have a straw.
Yeah.
Yes, the refreshment beverage, the dairy, is special dispensation for milkshakes and smoothies.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can go with that.
Yeah,
All right, okay.
But the paper straw sucks.
It does.
And
absolutely
the only time
horrible.
I would ever use one was back when I would still, when it was a routine purchaser of, coffee at the drive-thru, and then all of a sudden I noticed these paper. Now this is weird. This is a regional thing as well.
Yeah.
Because when I moved to Tennessee, they were still plastic straws. When I moved back in 2022. All of a sudden, plastic didn't exist.
Yeah.
I go to Wawa in New Jersey. I'm like, can I get?
Yeah.
I bought 3 Gatorades. I'm like, can I get a bag? They're like, no, we don't do that anymore.
All right, T-Base has a great point on the YouTube chat saying for like milkshakes and smoothies, use a spoon. Use a spoon and then drink the rest out of the thing.
I think you go. I think you
would
go.
agree with that.
You go spoon if the milkshake is too thick.
Right.
Well, the milkshake shouldn't be too thick. That's the
one
problem.
at Wendy's.
Wendy's
the Frosty.
The Frosty.
That's Frosty.
Yeah,
that's not a shake. It's
no,
basically ice cream.
That's a
Like
spoon. That's a
soft
spoon
serve.
ordeal.
Yeah.
It's like soft serve ice cream in a cup.
Yeah.
Kale has the not Kale. Phil has the Diet Coke with
There
the
it
straw
is.
on it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I like the bendy straws. The
Me
ones,
too.
remember
Crazy straws.
those?
Wacky
Is that
straws.
what they
yeah.
were called?
Yeah. I'm all for this. Screw the paper straws. Nobody liked them.
I know.
No, it gets soggy.
Yeah. What a dumb. Yeah, Andy has a great point. It was that picture of the turtle with the straw up his nose. Everybody's like, "Oh my God, this
Right,
turtle
the
has a
turtle.
straw up his nose, and now we need to ban straws."
And nobody had an issue when Hunter Biden was sticking a straw up his nose and inhaling all kinds of product, but the turtle has one, and it's a 5-alarm fire.
26, Phil. He was asked about Elon Musk. They're really trying to, and Brett Baer's no different, by the way. Brett Baer is no different. He tried to they're really trying to pin Elon Musk against Trump. We talked about this yesterday a little bit with the Time magazine cover with Elon Musk behind the Resolute desk. They're really trying to get under Trump's skin with the President Elon stuff and all that. I know you did your big take on this.
Can I just ask for clarification, because I saw the Time Twitter feed post that picture with the story. Is that an actual true photo op, or is that photoshopped? Is that him really sitting at that desk? Or is that just AI technology for the sake of a cover?
Probably Photoshop.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
Isn't everything on social media Photoshop?
Well, you never know anymore, so I have no idea what's real and what's not.
By the way, coming up soon, we're all gonna. Dawn just tweeted out her results.
I didn't tweet it. I texted you guys.
You texted it, yeah. Don't say them yet, but this is clearly
fun.
Fugazi.
Yes, and it's not correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's
although
How do you know?
the Stenzel jeans look like they're in play here.
How many people do you know live to that age? All right.
My dad.
I'm not getting ahead. I'm not getting ahead.
My dad is like
180.
I'm not getting.
He's like pushing 90, and he's like.
Yeah, but 90 is not that number.
But he's a man.
There's a lot of people at 90.
Women live longer than men, you know.
Cut 26 here. This is Elon.
It's because they kill their husband.
Make their husbands crazy.
On Doge, Elon Musk, and his influence for the presidency. Cut 26. Go.
Otherwise, you're going to have a whole big problem with the country. Now,
Bottom line, you say you trust him.
Trust Elon? Oh, he's not gaining anything. In fact, I wonder how he can devote the time to it. He's so into it. But I told him do that. Then I'm going to tell him very soon, like maybe in 24 hours, to go check the Department of Education. He's going to find the same thing. Then I'm going to go to the military. Let's check the military. We're going to find billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud and abuse.
Yep.
And, the people elected me on that. And we have a group of people that you just can't get. I mean, these are really brilliant. It's a group, I call it the group of 100. We literally started off with 14 or 15 young geniuses. Now we have 100 young geniuses. And what's happened, I'll probably get a lot from the show, people are calling up from all over the country wanting to do and wanting to help Elon. They respect him and they respect me. They love what's happening with our country. But I campaigned on this, Brett.
You announced a tariff.
If you think about this, and this was kind of one of the themes of the big take, Harry, is Donald Trump ran on this, and he's delivering on what he said he would do, but it's also a double win for him. So not only does he get the high approval ratings from CBS News and the YouGov poll over the weekend, but he also gets to sit back and let Elon Musk take all the flack and catch all the stray bullets. So he's sitting back, and this is like hitting a parlay at Parks Casino.
Well, yeah, and what they're worried about on the other side is not the government waste that he's uncovering; it's the government corruption.
Yep.
That's what they're annoyed about.
100%.
Like, stay out of our corruption.
Our corruption was going just fine until you got involved.
Exactly.
no more
Did anybody
outsiders.
elect Elon Musk? No. Did anybody elect Klaus Schwab or George Soros?
Nope.
Nope.
It's like Scooby-Doo when they pull the mask off.
Yep.
Oh, it's old man.
Yep.
Fill in the blank.
All along.
Old man Winters the whole time.
Yep.
27. More on Elon Musk.
During my term.
You say you trust Elon. I mean, you can't imagine a scenario where you would have to rail him in or set up guardrails for him.
Well, I think I have guardrails. Yeah, Elon is somebody that I have a lot of respect for, but you have to have guardrails. He reports to me, and he's doing a fantastic job. I wanted somebody who's extremely intelligent. He's that. He's also a good cost cutter. You can't send an average person into that quagmire. It's a very dangerous quagmire. I watched some of these horrible people like Maxine Waters, real sleaze, and I watched her screaming at the security guard or whoever he was. Actually, he was pretty cool.
At the Department of Education.
He was pretty cool standing in front of the Department of Education. He's only looking for...
Yeah, he was pretty cool.
We got to bring back the word sleaze into our vernacular.
Yeah.
I love that. And so you talk about the trust factor. I'm having flashbacks now for whatever reason. And Harry, you know I'm the king of bad movies, but I think you'll agree with me that this was a good movie. Remember Al Pacino and Matthew McConaughey in Two for the Money? Remember that about sports gambling?
That was about the sports gambling.
And he gets McConaughey the car, and the guy says, you trust him with this? And Al Pacino looks at him at the dealership, and he says, with my wife, naked, right? Like that was the level of trust that he was trying to sell that he had in McConaughey. This feels like Trump and Elon Musk is like Pacino and McConaughey in Two for the Money. Question is, does Trump trust Elon Musk with Melania naked? I would say the answer is no, because Elon's got 12 children from 8 different moms, but that's a different story for a different day.
By the way, getting back to the parade and, if we're going to send Dawn down there or not, the greater Chris, who I love on YouTube or on Twitter, says if Greg is reckless enough to send Dawn down to broadcast at the Eagles parade, I don't need AI. I can take a wild guess when she meets her demise all by myself. Oh. So people are very concerned about your safety. At the Eagles
There's
parade.
There's plenty of safety. Yeah. They're going to have canines. I know all the cops. They'll be there. State police will be there.
Dawn has Secret Service protection.
She does.
Will you be on a float?
She should be. She should be. And she does the Mummers parade coverage, so she'd be perfect doing it.
I'm happy to do it.
You can go.
Have to see if we have
She just wants out of the show.
That's weird. She wants out of
down
the
there
studio.
drinking with Harry.
I want no parts of going down there. I want to be in the studio.
We have to check and see if we have a budget for the Stensland. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Cut 28 here on the judge restricting Musk's access to data. Trump says what? Go.
All over the world. So many people have said that, not just here, all over the world.
So some of your plays have raised some questions and had some pushbacks. 19 states' attorneys general filed a lawsuit, and early Saturday, a judge agreed with them to restrict Elon Musk and his team, government efficiency team and Doge, from accessing Treasury Department payment and data systems. They said there was a risk of irreparable harm. What do you make of that? And does that slow you down on what you want to do?
No, I disagree with it 100%. I think it's crazy. And we have to solve the efficiency problem. We have to solve the fraud, waste, abuse, all the things that have gone in the government. You take a look at the USAID, the kind of fraud in there,
and you've
where
found
the money's
significant
going.
things.
Well, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of money that's going to places where it shouldn't be going, where if I read a list, you'd say this is ridiculous, and you've read the same lists, and there are many that you haven't even seen. It's crazy. We're talking about hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars. It's just a fraud. It's a big scam. Now, there's some good money, and we can do that through any one of a number. I think I'd rather give it to Marco Rubio over at the State Department. Let him take care of the few good ones. But, I mean, usually when you have a list like that, you'll have a couple of, bad ones and all good ones. Here we have a couple of good ones and all bad ones. Just hundreds of horrible places that they're giving this money. So I don't know if it's kickbacks or what's going on, but the people, look, I ran on this, and the people want me to find it. And I've had a great help with Elon Musk, who's been terrific. He comes in with 100 of very smart people. You know, it started off with 12. Then it went to 15, then it went to 25, then it went to 50, and everybody wants to join. And I guess you have to have an IQ of about 175 at least to do it. They're a smart group of people. They don't dress as well as you or maybe me, but they are smart. And they go in there and they talk to people, and the people get all tongue-tied because they have no idea. You know, nobody thought this would be caught. And
so you'll fight this in court, but how does it work with you?
There you go.
So I just want to make 2 points. Let's start with the court stuff. All these legal challenges about the constitutional nature of what Trump is doing. Dawn, you say it all the time. This will go to SCOTUS. And where does Trump have the advantage? He's got the House. He's got the Senate. He has the Supreme Court of the United States, right? So he's got all of the power. And if it goes all the way up the ladder, so to speak, to the Supreme Court, they'll ultimately rule in one way or the other. I'm not saying they're going to rule in favor of Trump every single time, but that's one thing to point out. The other thing with all of this, remember what Elon, never forget this. Elon, this is nothing new for Elon, trimming the fat. Remember when he purchased Twitter and he rebranded it to X? Remember how many employees Twitter used to have under Jack Dorsey? And I don't remember specifically the number, but let's say, let's say it was 500 employees. He trimmed that down to like 47 people. He said enough of the Panera catered lunches every day. You're going to work your ass off, and here's a cot, by the way. Sleep on it if you need to be here, right? Like, so he knows about efficiency and trimming all this absurd, wasteful spending. So just wanted to point those two out.
Well, yeah, and what regular human being like me, like you, even knew about this USAID until Elon Musk came along?
I mean, I heard of the 5 letters, but boy, I had no idea that
you
it
had
was
no
this
idea
bad.
what it really was.
No,
right?
And they're not doing.
So
and,
thank God for this.
And they're not doing anything in secret.
Right.
Like they're not. They're telling you exactly what they're doing. Oh, by the way, tomorrow we're going to the Department of Education. Oh, by the way, tomorrow we're going to the Pentagon.
Yep.
Like nobody's doing this under the cloak of democracy dies in darkness. This is all out in the open, and this is what. And by the way, they did polls on this. Like the majority of people are all for this.
We want this.
Yeah, they're for finding corruption, waste, fraud, and abuse.
We went from the least transparent administration to an administration that is basically see-through in a matter of 4 weeks. It's really remarkable.
Yeah.
Let's just grab this call quickly before we continue. Max is in Delaware, has some thoughts on Trump and Vance. Max, you go right ahead.
Good morning. God bless America. I think Donald Trump is just saying you have to earn that spot. This is Trump we're talking about. He's not going to just give anything away. I'm a Trump supporter, and I think J.D. Vance is doing a great job.
Yeah, I actually agree,
Sure
Max. I think he's going to make him earn it. I'm actually going to recite 2 for the money again.
Oh, boy.
When Matthew McConaughey wanted
once wasn't enough.
When he wanted a bigger cut, Al Pacino walked up to him, gave him a handshake, and then got up in his ears and he said, "If you want more than a gesundheit from me when you sneeze, you're going to have to yank it out of my talons. You're going to have to rip it out of my claws." That's Trump right there. Trump's not just going to give it to you, right? He's not just going to come out especially, and Dawn, you made a great point. It's like the lame duck coach. Nick Sirianni's coming up on the final year of his contract. He just won the Super Bowl. He's going to get a new deal before next year starts. Do you think Nick Sirianni's going to sit here 3 weeks into a new contract and say, "Hey, Kellen Moore, once you get fired in New Orleans, come back and take my job when I'm done"? Not going to happen. Why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, and I think that's right, and I also think it makes sense that Trump is saying, "I work for you." This is different than we've seen in the government, because the government, I mean, you played yesterday in the cut sheet all of those Democrats saying, "Well, we pay this security guard. Yeah. Don't you know who we are?" This attitude, this arrogance that they all have had. Yeah. And in this regard, Trump is saying, no, Trump only owes us, we the people. So he's saying every elected official has to earn the trust of the American people.
Yeah, and Trump doesn't get to pick his successor. We do.
No, it's just the endorsement.
Sure.
That's all they're really talking about. But I don't really understand the question from Brett Baer. We're 3 weeks into this administration, and he's already asking about an endorsement.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Brett.
Thank you.
I
You gotta
hate to
earn
do it to Brett Baer.
Yeah, you got to earn that big multi-million-dollar deal.
I'd
pal.
love to golf with that guy, but my goodness, that was a bad question.
Speaking of Democrats, Dawn was just speaking about them. They were outside of CFBP yesterday and giving speeches, because that's what they do now. Maxine Waters, let's start with her. Cut one, Phil. Go.
Wow, wow, wow. Look at this crowd. Elon Musk, where are you? Bring your ass over here so you can see who's here and what we're doing. We're not afraid of you. We know that you are the co-president now of the United States of America. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you to follow very
Look at that
closely
wig on her head.
what he's doing and how he has done it. First of all, we're here at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. What is it? This is so important. Prior to this being organized in the Dodd-Frank reforms,
she's a moron.
Consumers didn't have any place to really file complaints. They didn't have anywhere to go when the biggest banks in America was ripping them off. The student loans were being undermined. They didn't have any place to go. But guess what? The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was organized in a way to deal with people who are the victims of fraud by the biggest corporations in America.
Oh, for God's sake, shut up.
86 years young, Maxine Waters.
Speaking of that.
Definitely doesn't have the same hair and makeup staff that Judge Janine does on the 5. Just one thought on this is, this whole Elon Musk is the co-president nonsense. No, he's still in charge of one entity, the Department of Government Efficiency. But what it feels like is because there's such wide corruption and fraud in every facet of government, he's had to go into almost every facet of government. The Pentagon, the Department of Education, Foreign Aid, USAID. I mean, and that's only in 3 weeks. So it's going to feel like he's got his hand in every little pot on the stove. Because he does, because there's corruption at every level.
This is what happens when you put business people in charge.
Yep.
That's
true. It's true. And politicians, because they've never worked a damn day in their life, don't know how to deal with it. They don't know how to deal with it.
No.
Some of them, and it's not, you think about we say the founding fathers, but I think the intention was that people you'd have a trade. You're a technician, you're a plumber, you're a lawyer, you're a doctor. You do a stint, let's say 4 years, 8 years as a public, that's why they called it public servant, and then you leave.
Yep.
And you go back to, you go back to your old job, but you served the public interest, and they thought, this would be this diverse group, to Harry's point, from the private sector, bringing all of their different diversity of experiences. Well, what do we have here? We have like all these people. Think of AOC. So she goes to college, she's a bartender, and boom, now she's making 179 G's, and this is all she knows.
Yep, 100%.
They have no wealth of experience, no wisdom from the private sector. How can they relate to or represent any one of us?
Yeah, you're right.
You're just a career slimeball politician for 30, 40 years, like our previous president was.
Speaking...
And who was the president for the last 2 years, by the way? Can anybody really answer that question?
Well, according to a whistleblower that we played yesterday, she's not really a whistleblower because she was a campaign manager for Biden-Harris. Like she said, it was Joe Biden. Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were in all these top secret meetings and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
Wendy on the YouTube chat says another fossil who is a poster child for term limits, meaning Maxine Waters. Let me go down the list of poster children, and I use the children term in quotations for term limits. Let's start with Senator Mitch McConnell.
Yes.
This is cut 13, Phil. He arrives to vote in a boot and a wheelchair. Roll this, Phil. Roll this, Phil. So there you go. There's Mitch.
Look at this guy.
Wow. Like, what are we doing?
Yep.
It looks like an
How
old.
are you feeling, Lena McConnell?
It's look at it. It's like It's like my pap.
Yep.
Wow.
It's like you brought
Why couldn't-
Pop out of the facility.
Yeah.
Get some fresh air.
Why couldn't that turtle have choked on a plastic straw? a few years
Yeah,
ago?
right?
How are you feeling later, McConnell?
Harry.
Seriously.
Mitch the turtle. It's a good turtle name, by the way. Get a turtle. Name him Mitch. Look at that.
Like, it looks like an old folks' home.
I mean, I get into the back of an SUV when I'm hammered quicker than that guy.
Right.
YouTube.com/.
Not that he's ever done that recently.
Yeah, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to watch along, follow along with the videos. They're all there. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're here.
Maxine is 86. Let's pull up Mitch's as you go down the list here. Mitch McConnell, he's 82. All right, so he's actually 4 years younger than.
And
Maxine.
again,
Give him
guys,
the AI
yeah.
death quiz.
When's
he going?
It's not about age. You can be 84 and run marathons. I'm not saying it's age. It's like he's literally in a wheelchair. He can barely speak. This is a 76-year-old Democrat, John Larson. He freezes mid-speech on the House floor.
All right, he glitched like Mitch.
I like. What are we doing here? This is cut 14. Go.
Don't worry, no one on the Republican side in the House and Senate who control both the House and Senate is going to speak up.
Heartburn.
And challenge us.
Ooh, what?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Is he reading from a teleprompter and it's slowed down?
No.
No, he's done.
This is sad.
Wow.
No, boy.
Yep.
But we need to protect Americans' privacy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
And
Private
their
parts.
social security.
There's John Larson, folks.
What is happening?
Now, on behalf of Social Security,
For
no less.
40% of all Americans.
Yeah, I'm not. Look. I'm not mocking this guy because this is clearly It looks to me like a stroke episode or something like that.
Yes.
I'm not mocking this. I'm just saying that when our elected officials are doing this on the House floor, and they have to be wheeled around in a wheelchair, and Nancy Pelosi has a walker, maybe term limits are a thing.
Yeah, Dianne Feinstein approaching her 10th decade on the planet.
So what should the term limits be? 12 years? 6 years? What should it be?
Well, that's a good question. If we were to say, is there? We can answer this one of two ways. What would be the number for term limits, or if we did put an age cutoff? And I know everybody doesn't age the same. Dawn's father's 87 or 88, and he's far more with it than I am, and I'm 41. So everybody's different. But I would be on board with I don't know, 65, 70. I mean, seriously. And it's not so much about putting the number on it. It's not so much about not having to sit through those awkward moments of a 76-year-old who looks like he's stroking out live on C-SPAN. It's getting these people out that are lining their pockets. You get in for a little period of time, whether you want to just get wealthier, whether you want to do good deeds as a public servant, or anywhere in between, but you have a shelf life.
Yep.
And when you reach that expiration, move on, because you have the wherewithal and the financial means to continue on, get a gig on Fox, get a gig on MSNBC, do a talk radio show, go into the private sector, just get the hell out of our way.
Yeah,
I'd be on board with all.
I reached my expiration.
That's
well,
true.
yeah.
Stop.
Did that 5 years ago.
I'm going to live till I'm 69.
69?
According to this.
Good number.
I'm going to pass away on Saturday, the 2nd of September in 2034.
Okay.
So I don't even know if I get past Labor Day.
You're not going to see the big college football games. I know.
Yes. I mean, the
That's
first
a bad
big
job out of
weekend
you.
of college football,
All right.
I'm going to be expired.
And get your picks in. I'll put them in for you.
What were you going to say, Don?
I was looking at the 90% of Americans support term limits for lawmakers in Congress.
Of course.
Yeah, but they're never going
90%.
to. But they need to vote themselves to do that.
90,
You know what I mean?
90% of Americans support everything that the swamp yells about.
Yeah, it's true.
Right.
It's true. Let's do.
Which actually goes to
I
speak
am,
to the
yeah.
larger picture of we're not nearly as divided as Americans as these hacks in D.C. like to tell us.
And the media.
And the media, of course. The reality is it's us against these bozos, and that's why they have their backs up against the wall now.
Exactly.
I want to veer off, and then we'll go back to the Trump interview with Brett Baer. Plus, he gave an interview, or he gave a press conference at the Resolute desk last night. So we have all of that. But I wanted to remember that 500+ pound rapper, Dang Demos.
Oh, yeah. She's also the weight influencer.
So she was the one. She's a rapper. She's an Instagram or social media star. She was the one who sued Lyft because her big ass couldn't fit in a Lyft.
Get in the vehicle.
Right. She couldn't get in a Lyft vehicle, so it's Lyft's fault.
She needed a lift.
She
get
did.
Into the car.
She did. And by the way,
a forklift.
The scumbag lawyer that took that is going to be really rich because she's going to win. Which says a lot about our country and our judicial system. She was on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne.
Yeah, she should probably skip breakfast if you know what I mean.
And she comes in. First of all, I'm no fashion icon, but she has like a half shirt on.
Really?
Her big
She's
giant
500+ pounds with a half shirt on.
I used to wear the belly shirt at football back in the day.
Oh God. And so she sits down to try be interviewed by the Breakfast Club, and she can't fit in the seat.
Did she? Oh.
So they literally have to stop what they're doing. Mind you, this is a radio show, guys.
She needs a couch.
They had to stop what they're doing, yes, Harry, and pick up a couch and bring it over for her because she couldn't fit.
Now, could you imagine if we had to do that for our veteran spotlight or for Joe Conklin? Could you imagine the disaster of seeing Phil and Jimmy Kelly trying to move a couch into here?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to watch along for this video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll it, Phil.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Ken. How you, brother? You good? Nice to meet you, Ken.
Look at that.
She's not going to get in that chair.
Nope.
It's the only seat y'all got?
What you want? What you need?
A bigger chair or something.
I need a sectional.
There they go. They bring out that.
Good. This is
Why don't you just bring in a waterbed for her?
Oh, my.
Look at that.
You walked in and, you said the chair was too small, so we had to bring the part of the sectional for you to sit in. And you said something. You said, this is what I'm talking about, accommodations, right?
Yes.
But we live in a world that's not always going to be able to accommodate people that are
But we
plus
should,
size.
though. We should because we're not all the same, you know? I feel like we should. Like, why not? I feel like a lot of times people think that bigger people, obese, the F word people should just be in a house.
The F word.
When it's like, we not.
You can say it,
yeah,
fat.
the F word. I'm not
You heard
gonna
that you can't say in your house,
Yeah.
fat. You don't like it.
Oh!
I'm not saying that word.
Yeah, we don't use that word in my house either.
I thought you were talking about the gay slur. I'm like, wait, I'm confused.
No.
No.
But I just feel like it should be accommodated. Bigger people should be accommodated, just like we accommodate the LGBT community. All those other communities. I just feel like we outside.
Another
if we
worthless
inside,
parasite with her hand
Get
out.
up. Why you in a house? You should be doing this. You should be doing that. When we outside, it's like, why you not in a house?
Well, people
Why
would
you
say.
out?
No lib asks Greg Nick, would you?
No. No, I would not. And there's not a dollar amount to change my mind either.
There's not enough alcohol in the country.
This is so. And look, I don't wish ill on anyone. She clearly has an issue because nobody gets that big just from eating fries. You know what I mean? Like she clearly has an issue. But this is just so emblematic of society. It's like, do something for me.
Well,
I got this way, now do something. Accommodate
How does she get on
me.
a plane?
Yeah.
She can't go anywhere.
Right.
Now that she's going to have all this money from her lawsuit, or prior to that, if she's such a big influencer on social media and you can monetize your social media, pay for Ozempic, pay for lap band surgery, and get.
Why doesn't Oprah come in and help out?
Yeah,
exactly.
She's always trying to get people to lose weight.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, Oprah can't be bothered these days.
Well, Oprah got Ozempic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So she had to finally admit that, left Weight Watchers.
Dawn, can you help me out here? Am I are we being cruel? I mean, she literally wants everybody to accommodate her because she can't put her fork down.
Well, okay. So on one hand, I would say that it's always important if you're hosting, like for Charlemagne, They knew they were having this person in studio. If we were having somebody as a big person,
Yeah.
right? Whether they're like she's what do you think her BMI is?
Oh my
I don't even
God.
know. What do you think it? No, I'm serious.
It's in the triple digits.
Two,
What do you think
yeah,
her-
two-
so-
290.
Yeah.
But
What do you think her BMs weigh?
So
290.
So on one hand, be polite. Like I would make sure ahead of time.
Well, I think they did it intentionally.
I do too. That's my point.
Yeah,
Yep.
they did it
You're
intentionally
exactly right,
just for
Harry.
what we're doing. We're watching it and
They
making
knew.
a thing out of it.
So
Yeah.
they knew that
Genius.
she would say something. Yeah, it was, and that's
genius.
Charlemagne. So
Yeah.
he knew that she would say something, and right off the top, they could talk about it because then
Right.
they knew that all of us would discuss it. And so on one hand, I think be kind, but on the other hand, she's somebody needs to say to her, "You're not. If you take the test,
Yeah.
I would." She's a young woman.
Well, there's a difference.
And so
in-
she's not going to
yeah.
live a long time.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
sad.
She's not gonna make 30. She's
No.
not. I mean,
Right.
there's nobody that size that lives to be, old.
And that's why, as
yeah.
much as we talk about, let's say, Ozempic or any of this other thing, it's risk and reward. What the doctors and all the medical research says, if you have any one of us, if we have a certain BMI, that just puts us in a different category, that it's imperative to lose the weight. And so all the other stuff goes out the window because your BMI is so high that you're not going to live to, fill in the blank, whatever they say. And it's really mathematical.
Mine's 28, by the way.
She's 28.
I'm 28.
Oh, your BMI.
BMI?
Yes.
Really?
It's good.
Based on the calculation.
That's good, right? I have no
I
idea.
don't know.
Mine's
says
30
I'm overweight.
25 is
My
Normal.
BMI
Is-
came
yes.
back at 34.
no, it did not.
Yeah.
No way.
No,
Yeah.
you did it wrong, Nick.
I probably did. Well, I've heard that before.
Oh, yeah, the Newman Goretti guy.
Yeah. A lot of things I've done wrong, Dawn. Trust me. Where do I start the list at? But with her here, with Sugar Cheeks,
And her big belly button.
yeah, and her fanny
Showing.
pack and the whole bit going on there. It's one thing to be generous to somebody like that. If she's getting off of a flight or whatever, and can you get me a chair? I can't. Like you do things as a good human. If there's something there, like you can grab. Oh, here, let me get this for you.
Well, they'd have to come get her with the wheelchair.
Well,
Get her off the plane.
and the wheelchair is probably not even going to be wide enough. But this
Right.
It's
notion
true.
that you're
Yeah.
the victim
She
and you
literally-
should sue people.
She literally needs a forklift.
Right.
Like I'm
Yeah.
not being.
Yeah, that's not.
She can't fit in a wheelchair.
That's not Delta Airlines' fault. That's not Uber or Lyft's fault. You can't sue these people for the fact that you can't fit into their product, right?
Yeah, agreed.
Right.
And think about this: that some individuals, and I don't know if she has one, but if they have a vehicle, then I guess she would apply for one of those placards that's for handicapped individuals. So just take that in for a moment. So somebody who has, let's say, they're a military veteran and they've served our country honorably, and they suffered the loss of a limb, let's say. And so this individual, this person who says she's a victim or should have equal rights, is taking up, let's say, a car space or a theater space for people who actually have a disability.
Yep.
And so that's where we get into it. And I just think they should then have a separate placard that they can make it a one due to obesity, but I don't think it should be the same as somebody, for example, a military veteran or somebody born with a do you know what I'm saying?
You're 100% right, because her disability is not a veteran's disability who has no leg or has no arm
Or Jimmy Kelly. Jimmy Kelly's
100%.
legally blind.
100%. That is. It's an insult to people like that who actually have disabilities.
This
to
was
say,
a choice.
Yeah, this was 100% a choice. Now,
Right.
you can say, I said this at the start, you don't get like that from eating too many fries.
Yeah,
You get like
there's
there's some sort of issue
She's
going on there.
predisposed? Is that what you're saying? She was predisposed?
I mean, Harry,
Genetically?
think about it. People like that, people that get that big are not like that from eating too much. I mean, yes, they eat too much, but there's something else going on there, no?
Well, it's basically like you could liken it to drug abuse, alcohol abuse.
Yeah.
This is
and
food,
being- and- yeah.
taking in food to the point that you're making yourself extremely unhealthy.
How does she use a public restroom?
She can't.
No.
Right.
I mean, her
So,
mode of transportation is a pontoon.
Stop.
But, I mean, we talk about these social media influencers.
love that song.
What does that
On a
require you to be, right?
Yeah.
I love a pontoon boat. Bad investment, though. That being said,
That is so hillbilly.
It's Tennessee boating life, baby.
Oh, my God.
But that being said, with these social media people, they spend their entire existence in front of the keyboard.
Yep.
That's not good for your hands, your eyes, your brain, much less your body, right?
Yep.
All these people that are on for 18 hours a day on social media, if you would have just got on a treadmill for 90 minutes, maybe you wouldn't look like that.
Shave says her toilet seat committed suicide.
Stop.
Her toilet seat Epstein himself.
I have a ton more. Harry, you good to stick around for a little while?
Is this ever going to end?
No. See, because what happens is we play a clip and then we just go off on tangents.
What do you want to move on?
Never ends.
It just never ends.
Yeah, maybe we could actually just, because this is exhausting for Harry, we can just get it back to...
maybe we can spend 2 more hours talking about Trump v. DeSantis. I mean, that's not a relevant drop anymore.
No, it's not.
By the way, for those New Jersey residents, guess who now controls Easy Pass? We will tell you.
Ooh,
yeah.
For a tease.
On the other side.
All right, Kayal and Company rolling on. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn, talk to us about Piazza.
Yeah, tell us about that car place.
Sorry.
Yeah, because the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a 1 bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with the Rescue Omega-3.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You always won every time you placed a bet.
8:40 Tuesday morning as we continue. What's on the cut sheet, Kayal and Company? Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Harry Mays with you. All the suits rolling by.
It's Tuesday.
Back in the building for the first time in weeks. It's good to see everybody again.
Well, it's a Super Bowl hangover.
Oh, that's right.
That
Nick-
game lasted till 10:30. My
Yeah.
goodness.
Nick had it yesterday, Harry. So
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had a lot of things yesterday. And then, of course, we'll have off for Friday. Everybody will go to the parade, and then we'll milk President's Day on Monday, and then we'll see everybody again next Tuesday. 3-day work weeks for everybody, right?
Wow.
Mad Monk on the YouTube chat wants to know, going back to the last segment with Dank Demos, does she use a shower or a car wash?
No.
I mean, it's funny, but it's an interesting question. She can't fit in a normal tub or
you just do a
shower.
cannonball into an in-ground pool.
Yeah,
you're
hose her
good
down.
you're good for 3 days.
Seriously, you got to get like a hose.
Yeah. Do you think she
Highly
has
chlorinated?
Yes.
Hand sprayer.
Do you think she has vinyl siding or stucco?
Can I ask you?
It's not EFIS.
I don't know how to ask this without getting flagged, but like,
Go ahead, Greg. Ask.
there's a certain act you do when after you use the facility.
Wiping?
How does she do that? Yes.
Yeah.
Can she reach?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I don't
Probably
think so. A bidet.
a bidet, like a
there you
sprayer.
go. There you go.
Yeah.
Bidet.
Yeah. Like a garden hose.
Yeah.
See, these are the things I want to know.
Garden hose. She's got her own personal irrigation system.
Yeah, you can. Jimmy will take calls. Oh, they're so crass and no, it's a legitimate question.
Like she sits on a sprinkler head.
And rotates.
Normal everyday things.
Yeah.
That everybody does.
Right.
You have to ask how she does it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is why we should all count our blessings, because wiping our keister is something we take for granted, right?
We take for granted.
There you go.
Cut 7 here. Nick, Harry, I wanted to get your take on this. Anna Navarro predicts that Trump will ban black people from halftime.
From the halftime shows.
Roll it.
Okay.
Yeah. What about you, Anna? Okay, well, I don't do sports. I don't do football, so I wasn't watching the game. But listen, I think today Donald Trump is going to sign an executive order banning black people from halftime. Because you remember last
There you
week
go.
we were talking about.
Well, the National Football League, after that debacle, could decide to ban Kendrick Lamar because it was a god-awful performance. But, of course, Donald Trump has no say over the halftime performance. You don't need to do sports to know that. Ana Navarro actually does entertainment and politics, yet she knows nothing about either of those either as well. So it's very fascinating that, moving forward, it'll be Kid Rock every year for the rest of the Trump administration. How's that sound?
Yeah, I mean, did she fart when she said that?
Do you think she has a bidet?
Because that happens a lot on The View.
Yeah.
No, I think it's Whoopi that does that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
That's actually why they call her Whoopi.
Whoopi definitely has a bidet.
No, it's true. It's true because as a kid she was flatulent.
Very flatulent.
So that's why they call her Whoopi.
Remember the old gag gift, the Whoopi cushion?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
There you go.
They say Ana Navarro is a GOP strategist. Which candidate who did she strategize for? Does anybody know?
Maybe Chris Christie.
And you talk about Kendrick Lamar. He's like the Gil Scott-Heron of modern times.
It's true.
Seriously.
Yeah.
That was just an awful performance. I've never understood him in general and his success, but
Trump held a little impromptu press conference yesterday while he was signing executive orders at the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. The first was about work from home federal workers. This is cut 15, Phil. Go.
Many of those people, and we talk about reporting to work, right? I happen to be a believer that you have to go to work. I don't think you can work from a home. I don't know. It's like there's a whole big, you can work from home. Nobody's going to work from home. They're going to be going out. They're going to play tennis. They're going to play golf. They're going to do a lot of things. They're not working. It's a rare person that's going to work. You might work 10% of the time, maybe 20%. I don't think you're going to work a lot more than that. And I think they have an obligation to work, and they have an obligation not to have a second job when they're supposed to be working for the federal government. You're going to find that a lot of these people have second jobs instead of working they'll be collecting a federal government check, and they'll be working 2 jobs. And that's big trouble for them.
I agree with it. And simultaneously, all of a sudden you're working your side hustle while you're on the clock for the federal government.
Doesn't your wife work from home?
Yes, she does.
She's one
of the very few that I've seen that actually, for this company, Wesley, you've heard them, Wesley Financial, that they allowed her because her numbers have been so good since she started that job about 4 years ago. But to me, generally speaking, it is inherently, and I'm not excusing it, it's almost human nature. If you're going to be permitted to work from home, there's a good chance you will not be on, I don't want to say on eggshells or, uneasy, but when you're told to be in the workplace, and you have a boss, around the corner in a different cubicle, you have very little wiggle room to check your Facebook and do a Snapchat and all this other stuff.
That's not true. That's
really?
not true. No.
You don't think so?
You think just because these people come in here that they're all diligently working? Yeah, they're busy. Absolutely not. There's a lot of
everybody says they're busy.
100%. But there's a lot of walking around. There's a lot of chatting with people.
Sure.
There's a lot of that.
Well, yeah, and they're out on the street. They're over to Macy's.
Yeah.
They're at the Giant.
But if you're at 170% of your quota, then you can walk around and chat. If you're the sales guy that's at 57% of his monthly quota and there's 4 days to go, I better not see you in the kitchen getting coffee 6 times a day.
I don't know. Here, my whole thing about the working from home thing is that I agree. I can't, I'm not really good at it because I get distracted. I like being here. I like doing a radio show with 2 other people, 3 other people, however many other people, and being collaborative and all being here. I like that aspect of it.
So do I.
But there are some jobs, like my wife, Nick, your wife, are great examples of that. My wife is glued to her desk from 8:30 to 5. Yeah. She really is, and she's not. She does a great job for the company. So I don't think that we should just blanketly say that if you work from home, you're not working. It's just not.
Does Zioli work from home?
He does. He 100% does. And by the way, his ratings are great. So,
right.
I don't care. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the ultimate elixir. If you can continue to hit your numbers and perform in whatever profession you do,
right.
You neutralize a lot of the pushback. Although, then if you're the business, you're sitting here and you're saying, the hell am I doing paying all this rent for all this square footage if nobody's going to occupy it?
Yep.
Well, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, there was a story that in Philadelphia, as far as our occupancy of buildings, it's not even 50%.
No.
In Philadelphia, and that was an issue with D.C. They're saying they realized at the beginning of the Trump a couple weeks ago, they said, "Oh my God,
what was it? 94% you gave us, Dawn?
That 94% of federal workers in D.C. have been Zooming it in, phoning it in, thus all that empty space." So they're saying, not for nothing, but we have a housing shortage, and I would say that for Philadelphia too. That we have a housing shortage. Why not start turning some of these places into condos if people aren't going to come back to work?
Well,
and we have a school issue with decrepit schools. Make some of them put a daycare or a little school in the building. They have to think outside the box.
Chris Appolito brings up a good point on the YouTube chat. It really does depend on the job. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're in a job with in a collaborative nature where you need to be around other people, some of our best ideas happen in some of these conference rooms. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that there's everybody should be able to work from home at all times. I'm just saying that I think it depends on the job. And with a lot of these federal workers, the problem with a lot of these federal workers is they're doing nothing anyway.
Right.
No matter if they're in an office or at home, half of them are just collecting these enormous paychecks, getting these great benefits, and doing jack, you know what?
Yeah.
Right.
So that's and we're paying for it. That's the problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Harry.
But if they have to come into the office, then somebody's going to know they're doing nothing.
Yeah, it's
That's
true.
true.
That's the difference. I love working from home.
Yep.
See,
It's perfect for me.
Yeah.
Nobody wants me in their workplace.
No, you're right.
That's not true.
You're right. That's true. I've seen
Yeah,
it.
no, that's
You know,
true.
You think Elon can weed out fat?
I'm an HR nightmare.
Yeah. Harry's the original Doge.
Well, speaking of that, as far as the latest on that, the federal judge, because remember, yesterday afternoon, they had the meeting with the federal judge, but everything is still on pause. And ironically, that extends the opportunity for federal workers they can still sign up. Because remember, the deadline was last week, but then it got extended. Now it's a permanent, it's like in purgatory, so people can still think about it.
Yeah.
So you have 65,000 plus, but because the deadline to opt into the deal, it was supposed to expire last night. Now it remains extended. And really, we don't have clarity on this. It's going to make its way through the courts.
We played the clip earlier of all the morons like Maxine Waters and Ayanna Pressley down at the CFBP, yelling into a microphone. Trump was asked about that yesterday, and he took aim at Liz Warren. Roll it. No, this is 19, Phil. Sorry.
Yeah, Pocahontas. Pocahontas is the faker. That was set up to destroy people. She used that as her little personal agency to go around and destroy people. And she's a fake. Just like she said she was an Indian, and she wasn't an Indian. You have more Indian blood in you than she has. She went to college based on the fact that she was an Indian. She got jobs based on the fact that she was an Indian. She's a fake. That was set up to destroy some very good people, and it worked. I mean, it worked. A lot of great people. I'll tell you, before I ever heard the term, people would come up to me in the Midwest and areas and say, "Sir, I'm being destroyed by them." They use that to destroy people. She's a nasty woman. She's a really nasty woman, despite her phony beer commercial.
If you're doing like the Raging Karen power rankings, Liz Warren and Randy Weingarten have got to be on the Mount Rushmore of Raging Karens.
No doubt.
Now, he said a fake beer. Beer? What was he referencing there?
She did. She was doing something.
I'm going to get me a beer.
It was some fake commercial where
She's running for president.
She was. She went over to the refrigerator. She goes, "I'm going to get me a beer," and she went in and she opened up. Oh, it was
with her husband in the kitchen.
Yeah, it was the
total cringe.
It was the fakest thing you've ever seen. Like she's never
Yeah.
drank a beer, and nobody should pretend that she did. We used to have it. I don't know where it is, but
Okay, I thought it might have been something Super Bowl related that I missed.
No, it was back
Albert
in the day.
Bell is more of an Indian than she is. Remember the great Albert Bell?
Of course. Now they're called the Guardians.
Right.
It's good Indian knowledge, Harry.
That is good Indian knowledge. I don't know if you're allowed to say Indian anymore.
When's Trump going to sign the executive order to bring back the Washington Redskins?
We played this earlier, and he says that if all Gaza hostages are not freed by Saturday, all hell is going to break loose. This is 16, Phil. Go.
Well, I would say this, and I'm going to let that because that's Israel's decision, but as far as I'm concerned, if all of the hostages aren't returned by Saturday at 12 o'clock, I think it's an appropriate time. I would say cancel it and all bets are off and let hell break out. I'd say they ought to be returned by 12 o'clock on Saturday, and if they're not returned, all of them, not in drips and drabs, not 2 and 1 and 3 and 4 and 2. Saturday at 12 o'clock, and after that, I would say all hell is going to break out.
All right, so we now know that Trump has a 12:03 tea time on Saturday at Trump Doral.
So is that Eastern time?
Yeah, that's Eastern time. That is correct.
Okay.
My
All
prediction, we talked about this, and I want to get your thoughts on this, Harry. We talked about this in the first hour of the show. I'll go on a record. I'll give a prediction, something different that I didn't say 2 hours ago. We will have a Friday afternoon 4:30 p.m. news dump. And it'll come across the screen on television or during the Zioli show. Breaking news, X amount of hostages have been released. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I think you're right. I would bet that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
So what's your
91
bet?
LSXers on the YouTube chat. Oh my goodness.
He's the best. He's the
Hiya
best.
Pacia Lee is greater than Liz Warren.
Now we've got 3 people on the show monitoring the YouTube chat.
It's amazing.
Don't worry, folks. I'll stay task oriented. I won't bail on you guys for the YouTubers.
Dawn, you asked what it was. They said that all the hostages will be released Friday afternoon.
Yeah, my prediction will be during the Zioli show. He's going to cut in live, and they will fade up Fox News, and the story will be reported that hostages have been released. That's my prediction.
Here's the thing. Trump said he wanted he wanted this deal done by the time he was sworn into office. This is Trump just saying enough is enough. This whole thing where they bring out a few people, and at first they'd have them in the crowd of terrorists to further terrorize them, and they're standing up there just shaking, and the whole show, that the charade they had, it's enough. And I think he's just saying that's it. I told you, release the hostages before I get into office. I've been patient. This is done. And so I think that Hamas knows he's not kidding around. He will do this just like he did with the Moab. He's done it before. And he's saying, you're all blown to smithereens. I really believe that. And I think they know he's not, it's like Clint Eastwood. You know what I mean? Make my day.
Yeah, he's got history on his side in the past where he is. Look, I mean, he's handling it, at least in that setting, as he's, whether that was by design or he's spitballing a date and time on the fly, shooting from the hip.
No, he's
No, he's not. He would never do that.
No, he'd never do that.
He'd never do that.
To me,
He's not doing that.
he's handling
giving
it
them
better
a
than
proper,
I
this
would
was
have.
this
All right.
is
I mean,
giving them basically a week.
I'll bet you.
I would have looked into the camera and said, do I really need to kill more of you?
I'll bet you that nobody's going to be released by Saturday.
Right.
That's my bet.
All right, so
All right, we need a show bet.
20 spot for the grammar jar or TMF?
He'll hold another press conference. He'll say something else, and the media and everybody else will forget that he ever said that.
Okay.
There it is. One more segment of Cut Sheet.
Yeah.
Harry, can you hang around for one more segment of Cut Sheet?
All right.
Since the Cut Sheet now just goes on for 90 minutes.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Some say the whole show's a cut sheet.
Yeah.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back, final hour. We'll wrap with Harry. And then, of course, we've got a big 3 today in music history. Our morning mystery movie clip for a pair of Conklin tickets next Friday, and a whole lot more. Stay there, 9 o'clock hour next.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built quite a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From the custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, to the all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN, Cybersecurity built for every day.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal & Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're wondering who I am. Secret, secret, I got a secret. Machine or mannequin. Secret, secret.
Lots of secrets being exposed by Doge as we continue. 901 Kayal & Company. Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Harry Mays. If you were with us throughout the break, you saw all of us in our respective boxes.
Yeah.
But Harry's box actually froze, and I didn't know if he was having a Mitch McConnell, Maxine Waters moment or if that was just a technical glitch. But he is unfrozen.
You turn the video off. That's what happens.
Oh, is that what you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Harry Mays, big privacy guy.
During the break.
Yeah. As we continue with what's on the cut sheet, part 12.
Let's see here. This is the interview that Trump did with Brett Baer, talking about the tariffs, because they were talking about how 25% tariffs now on steel, right, Dawn?
Yes.
This is cut 21, Phil. Back on if the tariff tax will go back onto the consumers or not. Cut 21, go.
Spend the money on things that hopefully aren't going to be used.
I mean, the tough part is that if you don't want to cut entitlements and you do want to add to defense spending and you want to eliminate taxes on tips and you want to make the 2017 tax cuts permanent, that's a lot of money.
But we're going to take in tremendous amounts of money on tariffs. We're going to have tariffs. We're going to take in tremendous amounts of money.
And you think Doge
because
is
it's
going to
unfair.
make up some
it's not
difference?
Doge. Well, Doge is going to make up a lot, but that's unrelated to tariffs. It's not fair that other countries have really taken advantage of us, and it's our leader's fault, but I'm a different leader. It's not fair that other countries have taken advantage of us for so many years, and now all of a sudden we're not allowed to have tariffs, but they've had tariffs for years. You know, they've done this to us for years, and we haven't. And I think reciprocal tariffs, I'll be talking about it. I think probably on Monday or Tuesday I'll have a whole big thing. We have a very sophisticated plan. I want to have tariffs separately from that on steel, on autos, on semiconductors and chips, and probably pharmaceuticals.
And you're not worried that any of that's going to go back to the consumer?
It might, but it's ultimately going to be much less expensive. I'll give you an example. the so-called fat drug or fat shot, whatever it's called, Ozempic or Mounjaro. In London, you get it for $88. In New York, you get it for $1,200. You can't even buy it. It's very unfair. The identical package made in the same factory, shipped to different places, but made literally in the same factory. In London, it's $88, and in New York, it's $1,200, and you can't get it. And the reason is because everything's added on to the United States because the United States has been too nice. You know, I had transparency done, and Biden canceled it. Transparency would have solved that problem. But I'm going to solve it one way or the other, including, you know, they have a certain thing like rent control in New York, and I don't like that. But at some point, nobody's going to, it's not fair that other countries, you go to Canada, all of the drugs are much less expensive. I suggested that some of the governors should go buy their drugs in Canada and send them back to here. It's very simple. So I think we're going to do some amazing things, really amazing things.
It really is fascinating of how he continues to illustrate how bad we get ripped off in this country. And I'm glad that he actually brought up Ozempic and Wegovy and all these other fat drugs. I mean, the cost that we are paying for it, should you need that. So for our big bone friend from the Breakfast Club, she should actually stop worrying about suing airlines and suing Lyft because you didn't get a second seat for each cheek and just be rooting for the president to get Wegovy down from $1,200 an injection to $88 an injection. But I would say this, two things. Tariffs to me for Trump are tools of threats to give the impression of a trade as a negotiation with the threat of a trade war to get what you want. And so far, I mean, he's been effective with it. He got Canada and Mexico to bend the knee 6 hours apart. I might start utilizing the threat of tariffs in my marriage. They seem highly successful.
How would that work?
Probably bad for me because I don't know the art of the deal.
He has no hand in
I
that
have no
marriage,
hand.
trust me.
But here's the other thing, and this is when he talked about Doge there. So let's take tariffs and Doge, right? If Doge can save more than tariffs tack on, and it's a net positive, a net gain for us as a country that gets kicked back to us, the people, wouldn't you sign up for that? If tariffs are going to cost you $1, but Doge will save you $2, well, you just made $1. So that's the big Elon Musk algebraic equation he's got to figure out. And I think in time, and I still think it's his toughest challenge. How does Trump get the economy to be where it needs to be? It's not like immigration. It's not just going to happen overnight.
On Iran, he said the other day, last week or something, he said that, if they try and take him out, he has a contingency plan that they will be bombed into smithereens. He says that he wants to make a deal with Iran without having to bomb them. This is cut 22, go.
They were down to nothing. Now they are up to a tremendous amount of money.
You think there's a deal there in Iran?
Yeah, I think we're going to make a deal in Iran. I would rather, okay, and there are a lot of people think that we are going to attack.
Or Israel,
Iran.
with our blessing.
Or Israel, but Israel needs us. Everybody needs us. We have the weapons, we have the strength. We're very strong. I rebuilt our military. People forget, I rebuilt our military. Now, they shouldn't have given a lot to Afghanistan, which they did. They gave a lot. There was no reason for that. But we're very strong. We have things that nobody else has. So they need us. But everyone thinks Israel, with our help or our approval, will go in and bomb the hell out of them. I would prefer that not happen. I'd much rather see a deal with Iran where we can do a deal, supervised, check it, inspect it, and then blow it up, or just make sure that there's no more nuclear. That we just
a better deal than the Obama nuclear deal.
Well, that was the dumbest deal. By the way, that would have expired by now. That was a road to a nuclear weapon.
Kind of interesting if you think about. Keep in mind, let's track the not the Venn diagram, but the little tree here. So Iran, we know, funds all of these terrorist organizations like Hamas and what's going on. So in one regard, he says, Saturday at noon, or all hell's going to break loose, and I will obliterate your terrorist organizations. But then as far as the big bankroller of all of it, Iran, there could be a deal on the table. I don't know if that's just contradictory or that's smart,
I don't think he's scared of Hamas. I do think he probably does not want to have to go to war with Iran. You don't want to go to war with Iran and China. That's something you just want to avoid.
That's World War III, man. You don't want that.
Right.
We don't want that.
He's going to give up the hostages. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I think, and part of the reason he's saying that is that he monitors the pulse of the people. All the polls show this. Everybody, by and large, thinks it's ridiculous that you'll have dozens of on one side Palestinians go, and then you have like 3 hostages that have been down there. It's just the whole thing is crazy.
The trades are terrible.
We're done.
Right.
We're done.
This was like giving back the Russian arms dealer for Brittany Griner. That was an awful trade. We get a basketball player back, and you get a guy known as the Angel of Death.
Or the Bo Bergdahl trade.
Yeah. One more of these clips, then we'll get to the death thing, and then we'll talk about it, Harry. This is cut 24 on the Palestinians, Gaza, all of that stuff. This is what he said. Roll it.
There are a lot of hot spots around the world. I want to hit a few quickly.
Okay.
With Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, you said this.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it.
That caught a lot of people by surprise.
Yeah,
obviously. Some positive, but even some of your supporters wondered whether that meant U.S. troops were going to have to be going into a dangerous Middle East conflict.
No troops.
So where is it today?
I've been watching 50 years, 60 years. They go in, they occupy, they get slaughtered, everything's terrible, everyone leaves, they go back. This has been going on for forever, right? Forever. Now it's essentially a demolition site. There's practically no building that's livable in the whole thing, in the whole Gaza Strip. I say we go in, we knock them all down, we just create something. No more Hamas, there's no Hamas there, there's nobody there. We move them into beautiful areas of the Middle East. I'd like to go to Egypt. They have a lot of land. I'd like to go to Jordan. I'd like to go to others. And we'll build beautiful communities for the 1.9 million people. We'll build beautiful communities, safe communities. Could be 5, 6, could be 2. But we'll build safe communities a little bit away from where they are, where all of this danger is. In the meantime, I would own this. Think of it as a real estate development for the future. It would be a beautiful piece of land.
Would the Palestinians have the right to return?
No, they wouldn't, because they're going to have much better housing, much better. In other words, I'm talking about building a permanent place for them. Because if they have to return now, it will be years before you could have it's not habitable. It will be years before it could happen. I'm talking about starting to build, and I think I could make a deal with Jordan. I think I could make a deal with Egypt. You know, we give them billions and billions of dollars a year.
So when you hear the pushback from the Middle East, what do you think?
I don't hear that much pushback. A lot of people thought it was a great idea. Really, a lot of people.
Well, I mean, you can sit there and make up a deal, and who am I to say that he can't make a deal? But the reality is this, and it's well known, Turkey, Egypt, any of these countries that he's talking about, taking these Palestinians and sending them there, kind of a big issue here. They don't want them. They don't want them.
Yeah. Right.
Right? Yeah. Like, nobody in the Middle East wants these people.
Nope.
So unless you strike some sort of deal, or now all of a sudden you cut off funding, or you throw out the threat of tariffs to these nations.
Well, he said he's going to cut off funding.
Right. That's the only way you're going to get them to do it.
Sounds like Gaza National Golf Club is going to be opening in about 6 years.
Trump Gaza. I got to play that.
Yeah,
course.
Trump Gaza. There you go.
Hopefully there's no trees.
I got to play it before I die.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, good way to
see.
Yeah. So the Daily
Radio
Mail.
Pro you are, Harry.
Yes, how about that?
Harry Mays.
DailyMail.com. Stalker found this this story yesterday. It's a free website. You can actually use it yourself. It's death-clock.org. Now, when you go there, all it asks is for your date of birth, your sex, do you smoke, your outlook on life, your alcohol consumption, your country of origin, fitness and diet, and then your height and your weight, and that will spit out a BMI as well, and it will give you exactly when you plan to die. Now, as we know on this show, it's long been agreed upon by all of the participants on this fine program that I'm out of here in 20 years.
20?
I'm dead at 61.
Oh, 61. Okay.
The Kayal family tree of heart attacks will strike, and I'll be I'll be gone, before Harry Mays.
Yep.
So now I did this, and I have a great new. I have refound optimism.
Yep.
82 years old.
Wow. Congratulations.
They have me. I'm only technically at the 50-yard line, folks.
Wow.
With all of your health issues?
I am just getting ready to make the turn at Trump Gaza.
Yep.
Wow.
82, baby.
So I took the test as of right now. I am 44 years old, 9 months and 29 days. I will live to be 99 years old. I bring it. 99, 9 months
99.
and 10 days. I will die on Tuesday, January 23rd, 2080. 2080. Tuesday, January
Tuesday.
23rd.
On a Tuesday.
On
his
a
favorite
Tuesday,
day.
yes, 2080.
So you'll be entering your 97th year at this station?
I'll still be here.
Are you going to die in office?
Right.
Like, I'm the brand manager.
You're going to be playing the cut
25
sheet in the your
things.
80s.
It'll be Olivia and company.
All right, Harry, what
Nick's
did you
daughters are
spit
gonna
out?
run it.
September 2nd of 2034.
So you've got 9 years left.
So I got 9+ years left.
Wow.
And I will make the most of it.
And that will get you to your late 60s, right?
69.
69.
It's a good number.
It's a good number. So I've got you by 13 years. That's fascinating.
Right.
We'll give Dawn more time to finish this.
No, I did mine.
Oh, you did? Okay, I was
Yeah,
going to
I
go
did
to. I was going to go to Phil and Jimmy Kelly.
Yeah,
while you...
we can't go to them because their mics aren't on. But Dawn.
Mine was 115. Says I'm going to live to 115 and 9 months.
Yeah, she's not.
Oh my.
Yeah,
You-
150 because women live long.
You obviously-
Soccer is going to live to
Okay.
like practically 100.
You
Women
obviously
live longer.
lied. You
I
obviously
didn't lie.
lied in there.
Yeah.
So you know.
I didn't lie.
Okay.
What's the BMI?
You can't ask a woman that, Harry.
No,
I can.
put in my height and my weight. It gives you the thing. I didn't lie. All you do. See, here's why it's. First of all, they're trying to sell their app that they
Yeah.
want you to sign on to.
Yeah.
So that's what the point of it is. But the truth is, they're not asking your cholesterol, your blood pressure. You know what I mean? They're not asking
Right.
your glucose. Like, you know what I mean? They're not asking any of that information. So it's just silly.
Yeah.
They're just basing it on your date of birth. And if you eat healthy, if you work out, like somewhat,
Yeah.
BMI, like it's pretty.
Jimmy, go ahead.
If Greg is 99 years, women tend to live longer.
Yep.
Yeah, and you're
That's
fine.
all.
And you have the genes. Your father's in his late 80s, and he's like 47.
But they don't
Wow.
know. But they don't even know that because they don't. It's just a fun thing. It's not like-
It'd be the Greg and Dawn show in 2070.
I don't
right.
even. Do we want? Do you want to live that? Do you
Playing
wanna live
cuts
to
of Baron
115?
Trump.
Hey, Dawn. This is Baron Trump. Cut 24. Go.
Go.
I don't
Phil,
know
do you
that-
have it?
I don't know that we want to live to 115.
Well, Phil will be dead, so it'll
well,
be.
Phil, according to Phil took it, Phil will live to be 91, 3 months and 17 days.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Phil might be still with us.
Yes. Doing today in music history with dentures.
Today,
Today.
2072.
Jimmy Kelly dying at 82. So Jimmy and I both dying.
That's a
at
good run.
82 years.
It's a good run.
Yeah, I'd be good with 82.
What's the average lifespan of men and women? Men.
The average lifespan, I think, now is up to 73.9, which I don't think I'll actually reach that.
I'm 99. Dawn's 115.
Yeah.
There's
No.
clearly something wrong with
The
this.
average.
Do you
is
want to
seven-
live that long?
No.
The average
No.
is 77.5
Well, what's the quality? I mean, do
Yeah,
I want
exactly.
to be on
or
a
78.4.
on a feeding tube for the final 2.5 years of my life? No.
Yeah, you
No.
might be.
I mean, can I play golf and drop dead at 87? That'd be a great way to go.
All right, we got a break.
All right. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Harry.
All right.
There he is. Harry Mays joining us as he does every week for the cut sheet.
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go.
So we got to tell him every week. We'll come back. We'll get to a big three and much, much more. It's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
They did it! They won the Super Bowl! The Eagles are the champions. You're celebrating big, and Verizon is too. Let's keep the winning going. This Friday through Sunday, we have special deals in store just for Philly. Because the very best team, with the very best fans, deserves the very best deals. Visit a local Philly Verizon store to celebrate and save. When the Eagles win, we all win. But hurry in, these deals won't last.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I could buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Goodbye, Norma Jean. No, I never knew you would set you on the treadmill.
924, Kayal and Company. As we continue, Big Three coming up in just a few minutes. We will get to today in music history, as well as our morning mystery movie clip for a chance to scoop up a pair of tickets for next Friday, not this Friday, next Friday, February 21st, Joe Conklin's big event in Westchester. It's going to be a good time. Myself and Dawn Stensland will be out there, and we look forward to seeing you at that event. We'll give you some of the specifics of the location coming up when we get to our movie clip. One of the stories, I think, flying under the radar, we talked a little bit earlier about schools and the school day off for Friday in Pennsylvania and New Jersey with the Super Bowl. And, tying that, these teachers and these teachers' unions really is what the big issue is on many fronts in this country. School choice, underperforming academics, that student report card that came out last week for the nation, and we're once again trailing and falling behind in reading and math. But now, teachers' union, this story courtesy of Fox News, a teachers' union can be heard coaching up migrants on how to evade ICE and Tom Homan during a Zoom session. This should infuriate anybody that I believe wants a safer and more secure United States of America. So, some of the details here. A recently surfaced video shows a New York City teachers' union representative providing instructions on how to help migrant families avoid ICE agents, ICE detection, and ultimately apprehension and deportation. A representative for the United Federation of Teachers. Now, I'm not sure if that is the Randy Weingarten Union. I think there's multiple high-level federal-type teachers unions in this country. I think one of them's AFT or something to that effect, and this one is UFT. So I don't know if this is Randy Weingarten or not, but it's people of her ilk. I could see Randy. I could hear Randy actually doing this on a Zoom, shouting to people. She is caught, and I'm assuming it's a female here. I could be wrong, but this individual for the teachers union is heard coaching up educators on how to help illegal immigrants evade ICE at home and in public in a Zoom session. Quote, if ICE comes to the home, you do not have to open the door, the representative can be heard saying in the video. Quote, in fact, you should not open the door. If you open the door but leave the chain on the door, that could be interpreted as allowing ICE in. So you should keep the door closed and remain silent. For
Somebody's knocking at the door.
Yeah, and it's ICE. It's Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, and the squad. That's who it is. Now, for individuals, according to this article, who do not speak English, the UFT representative mentions red cards. What is this, a soccer match? You get a red card, which can be printed for free, and they are meant to be slipped under the door when an ICE officer comes to your house. It could say, quote, I do not wish to speak to you. I do not agree to allow you into my house. The red cards will read. Sharing information so educators, students, and their families know their rights is what education is all about, the UFT spokesperson said. We share guidance from the city and state to help our educators navigate an ever more complicated world. Tom Homan has been quoted as saying, we're just trying to help public safety in your community. Sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the communities, more people arrested, more collaterals arrested. So if that's a game they want to play, game on. To which I say, amen, brother. Use every legal tool at your disposal. And if it's true, where if you open the door, but you still have the little deadbolt thing or the chain going across, and if that is viewed as opening the door and letting people in, then I say you kick that sucker down and you arrest people that are here illegally and you ship them on out. I mean, because so let me get this straight. 2 weeks ago on this show, we had, I believe it was the Odyssey version of KYW in the Bay Area was reporting and broadcasting and basically tipping the hand to the public about where ICE is going. Major violation. And now I've got teacher unions, our tax dollars are going to Zoom sessions for the Randy Weingardens of the world to educate people on how to evade law enforcement. Did I summarize that correctly?
Yep.
And is it fair to say that that is outrageous? And if Tom Homan and any agency, and I'm thinking of terms like obstruction of justice, aiding and abetting, or anything that would fall under that umbrella, boy, I hope these people are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I don't know what rights these people have versus what rights they don't have, but we're talking about the number one issue. Many people said this was bigger than the economy because everybody loves to talk about the stock. Well, the stock market was 40,000, blah, 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 blah. Immigration, illegal immigration, deportation, arguably the biggest issue in this past election. It's what Trump was brought in to do. And we've got public school officials that are on the side of the bad guy. I mean, that should make your blood boil. It does mine. 855-839-1210.
Yeah, it's important to note, number one, that these ICE individuals, they keep, I think, dehumanizing them. These are local guys here in our region, number one.
Well, forget
their
the
family
dehumanizing.
members.
You're putting them in harm's way.
Exactly, but
I mean,
that's part of it.
If the bad guy knows you're coming and has their weapon ready, I don't want an ICE agent dying because some teacher decided to do a virtual Zoom session.
But think about the way that they're describing these individuals. These are not, your local person who's a dad, who's a community member, a mom, a community member. They're making them out to be the boogeyman.
Yes.
And they're also making them to be these like generic federal ICE people. No, they're regional. They're in our region right here.
Yep.
And then to put them in harm's way, but as well to say they're raids. These are targeted operations that they have told us over and over based on intelligence information.
Right.
So these are individuals who are not like farm workers as they try to purport. No. These are wanted individuals that whether they're a citizen or a non-citizen, to me, it's not the issue.
Right.
If we're being honest about it.
If you're a threat to society, you're a threat to society.
It really pisses me off. But they're going to do due process. They're not going to bang down this image of, they're going to raid schools, or they're going to knock down doors and crash through windows. You still have due process in the United States of America. And that's another piece of it. They make it sound like they're just out there in the Wild West. That is not what's happening.
Dawn's Big Three coming up next here on Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I ain't seen nothing yet.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:35 on a Tuesday morning. Big three from Dawn coming up in just a moment. Today in music history, movies for prizes, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, all still ahead. But first, a very interesting point from John in Wildwood, New Jersey. Hello, John.
How you doing, guys? I'd like to say good morning, ladies, and I'm going to use the term gentleman lightly, but, you know.
Fair. It's a fair point.
It's the way we like it, John.
It's a fair point, John.
Anyway, it's the irony and the hypocrisy in this is hilarious. You can open the door, but if the chain's on, it's kind of like welcoming them in. Well, like maybe a hole in a wall. It's a welcoming to illegals to come in.
Mm-hmm.
If they tell you to keep your door closed, you know you're allowed to tell somebody they're not allowed to come into your dwelling. Well, isn't that what ICE is doing?
Mm-hmm.
Stopping you from being in our dwelling?
Yep.
It's the irony is just. It's amazing these Democrats running around. Let me say Democrats. I used to be a Democrat, and I consider myself a liberal, but I can't call myself either one of those now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying, it's just the irony in that is amazing that these people say these things and they don't realize the exact thing that you're telling me about. Yeah. I have neighborhoods in my town. You're not allowed to solicit. If it's against the law to solicit, you can't even come up and knock on my door in my Democrat town.
Yep.
Like. Where's the welcome? Like, everybody that's got a gate or a door on their house. if you're so welcoming, take it off and let them in.
Well, I mean,
That's all I'm saying.
yeah, I mean, John, it's like in the Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. Well, if you take down the wall, if you take down fencing, if you basically open up your border, what message are you sending to the entire planet? Come here. Come to the United States. And then you're going to act surprised and disgusted. And then there are many Democrats like maybe yourself, John, and appreciate the phone call, in the minority community that then got angered and said, boy, you know what? Those resources that were once for us are now going to illegal aliens. And then all of a sudden they get mad and then they decide to vote for Trump. So it was actually a net gain for Trump when you think about it. But appreciate the call, John. 855-839-1210. All right, let's get caught up in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:38.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Robert Half, Philadelphia. Set to receive the biggest snowfall of the year this afternoon. National Weather Service says Philadelphia expected to receive between 3 to 4 inches of snow. If you're south of I-95 in Delaware, much of South Jersey, you could get upwards of 6 to 8 inches with the snow falling quickly 1 inch per hour. Cape May you could get 8 inches tonight. So watching all this very carefully.
You
as,
get snow.
we have snow.
We get snow. Everybody gets snow.
We get snow.
Cape May gets 8 inches.
8 inches tonight,
Good
Cape
for them.
May. Are you ready?
They'll be happy tomorrow.
We have, oh my goodness, most of the 2.3 million federal workers who are eligible to take this deferred retirement plan, 65,000 plus, have said they'll take it. TikTok, we know that this is stuck in the courts now, so a purgatory, if you will, with 3 government unions, the American Federation of Government Employees, National Association of Government Employees, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees and nonprofits. They're all waging different battles in different courts, and this affects more than 100,000 federal workers here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, for example. So this is an active situation. And then I will take you to Doge, because President Trump establishing, with an executive order signed yesterday, establishing the Department of Government Efficiency and implementing the Doge agenda. There's a piece of this that's critical, and that is it's talking about software. And this is really Elon Musk's wheelhouse, his skill set, if you will. And so now we are finding out what's really going on here and why perhaps there are so many concerned about this, because what they're doing is creating a framework for software that would be able to trim an estimated $2 trillion from the deficit. And that's why it's critical that every single monetary value that goes out has attached to it some kind of code number, or if it's a person, a social security number. Why? So that they can track it, they can audit it, and this is being fought. This is the core of the story.
Very interesting.
Software.
Yeah. Well, that should be his wheelhouse. Although Marty makes a great point on Twitter. He says, do we really think that Elon's going to get the deficit where he claims he will? He also said he would get rid of bots on X, and I get spammed every day.
It's true. It's true. So many bots. On
I've
X.
noticed that the bots are up again.
They are.
Ugh.
Watch out for the bots.
Watch out for the bots.
This executive order establishes Doge to implement the president's Doge agenda, modernizing federal technology and software to maximize governmental efficiency and productivity.
Yep.
That's from the order. And so this one, and it's a temporary organization as well. So 18-month agenda. This is the big story, and this is the core of why there are so many freaking out over this.
Remember, when Trump was putting this administration together, whether it was Hegseth, whether it was Gates, whether it was Tulsi, whether it was Bobby, I said, and I gave you my Trump administration power rankings, Tom Homan and Doge. They would be the 2 biggest winners in this second administration. I think 3 weeks in, I nailed that one. Top 2, Doge and ICE.
Yeah. I mean, this one, though, I don't think, as far as knowing that it was a software implementation and creating this department, I don't think anybody saw this one coming as far as people in the government. And I think this is the concern that they have, that once you have this framework, it doesn't matter what it is, they'll be able to track everything, modernize the federal government, and it will be much more difficult for anybody to do anything at all sneaky with regards to our tax dollars.
Okay.
So that's that. I mean, that's that's it in a nutshell, if you will. We're sponsored by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We will come back, get to our morning mystery movie clip for the Joe Conklin tickets, as well as Today in Music History and what's on tap for the Dawn Show as we wrap it up next here on a Tuesday.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades, using only the best CertainTeed products. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneria and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
New year, new ride. Start off the new year with Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. Get fantastic finance and lease offers on a wide selection of new models. Whether you're looking to lease or finance, we have great deals to help you drive into the new year in style. Hessert Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the area. For over 40 years, the Hessert family has been a trusted part of this community. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevyCH.com.
Hessert Chevrolet!
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, 9:50, it's Kayal and Company. We have a lot to get to here in the final 5 minutes. Music with Phil in a moment, a preview of the Dawn Show following that. But right now, Greg Stocker, let's get to our Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We'll be back when you get your permit. The permit man was supposed to be here by 4. Oh, he was, but you and your wife weren't here to meet him. The permit man was pretty agitated. Really steams his plans. Well, if he ever does come back, you call me and we'll finish the job, huh? When I do get the permit, how long will the job take? 2 weeks. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? You sound like a parakeet there. 2 weeks? 2 weeks.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, Jimmy recorded that off of his DVD collection with his camcorder. But if you can identify that clip, you've got a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on Friday, February 21st at the Asplund Concert Hall at Westchester University. Dawn and I will be out there for that festivity on Friday the 21st. If you don't win them, you can get tickets at joeconklin.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. It's been a couple of days since I've done this. Let's see if I remember how it goes. Time for Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, February 11th, we celebrate the birthdays of Mike Shinoda from Linkin Park, who's 48, Craig Jones from Slipknot, who's 53, Sheryl Crow, who's 63, and Derek Shulman from Gentle Giant, who's now 78. We also lost Whitney Houston on this day in 2012. Sigsicud Winter Takes It All by Sammy Hagar in 87. Sound & Vision by David Bowie in 77. Mr. Roboto by Styx in 83. And I Can't Stand It by Eric Clapton in 81. Albums include The Firm's debut in 85. Wandering Spirit by Mick Jagger in 93. 4 by Slash featuring Miles Kennedy in 2022, The Unforgiven by the Michael Schenker Group in 99, Tyranny and Mutation by the Blue Oyster Cult in 73, and The Essential, Ozzy Osbourne in 2003. Also in 2014, Queen made UK chart history by becoming the first act to sell 6 million copies of an individual album, their first greatest hits album. In 64, the Beatles made their live U.S. concert debut. In 86, Culture Club appeared on the A-Team. In 83, The Distance by Bob Seger certified platinum. In 79, the TV movie Elvis starring Kurt Russell aired on ABC. In 80, WKRP in Cincinnati devoted a show to the tragic events of December 3rd, 1979, when 11 fans were killed at a Who show in Cincinnati. And the official Led Zeppelin documentary, currently in theaters, just had the biggest opening weekend ever for an IMAX exclusive release. I'm seeing it today. But lastly, a couple of Vince Neil stories. In 92, Motley Crue fired Vince Neil, claiming he had lost his passion for the band and was more involved with racing cars. He returned 5 years later. And literally yesterday, as Don mentioned at the top, a private jet owned by Vince was involved in a fatal crash at the Scottsdale Airport in Arizona. Vince was not on board at the time. For Kayal & Company, I'm Philip.
He dazzles yet again. Kevin in Bucks County has identified the movie clip. Kevin, what movie do we play?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Good. Did you identify the movie?
I did. It was Tom Hanks in the Money Pit.
There you go.
Kevin.
Congratulations,
Good job, buddy.
Kevin.
Good job.
Joe Conklin tickets next Friday, the 21st. All right, Dawn will be out there, but before that, she's got a couple of shows to do, and we find out what's happening on this show at the top of the hour.
Yes, just some great guests we have coming up at 10:30 and 11. So we'll take you inside how U.S. aid went woke and then destroyed itself, turned on itself. And we'll have the breakdown on the parents' education for children, talk about education. I want to take you inside this Doge agenda issue, instructing that this new department gets full and prompt access to all unclassified agency records, software systems, and IT systems. Where is Doge going? This is something that I don't think the media saw coming. I don't think that the government saw coming, but this is where it's at as they tap into and create these new software systems and a new department that is going to revolutionize our government. So watch out for, look at the CNN right now. They're all losing their minds. So we'll get, I predict this might be a candidate for one of Nick's big takes this week. I'm looking at what the candidates are for the rest of the week, Nick.
It's the week of Doge.
I know, right?
Yeah. And if you don't like where Doge is going,
go yourself.
That's what Elon would tell you. All right, Dawn is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. We're back tomorrow. Tony Bruno coming up midway through the show. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt